Was a swimmer, his mum at track and field. Some decent genes and some decent genes on Taylor's side as well.
Yeah, Taylor's mom was a top-flight WTA player. His father also played professionally, not quite at the level of mom, but has been a long-time coach at the College of the Desert, which is in the Palm Springs area. Another reason that Taylor has such an affinity for that tournament. His father, Guy, spent a lot of time out in the desert. So Taylor groomed for tennis from a very young age, and he is taking those opportunities with both hands. The top 10 are now, just like his mom.
Love 15.
But he's lost a lot of the momentum that he had early in this match, hasn't he? Had the quick lead, broke for 2-love, and ran away with the opening set. Didn't face a break point, but it's Lehechka who's had the chances here early doors in set 2. And that energy in the team zone of the Czech Republic has definitely changed. There's a lot more chatter than there was in the first set.
See, I'm a bit old and conservative there, but at love 15, and you talk about momentum, wouldn't you be, like think of a Wawrinka just blocking that ball back and getting himself in the point? Maybe not good enough, and maybe I'm too conservative, but yeah, little things like that, you just want to make your opponent play.
Here's a chance now. He'll jam the baseline, I would think, on this return. Try and challenge Fritz to go bigger with the second. Wally, a couple of players come to mind when you mention Lehechka trying to block that return of serve, and they're players that made drastic changes to that component of their games and had major success as a result. The first was in our time. That was Pete Sampras.
Yep.
Remember, he wasn't a great returner early. Then he figured out, with the help of his coach Tim Gullickson, get the ball in play and go to work.
Yeah. And look, there's a case in point where he didn't have much choice. He was at full stretch, but yeah, and he's done a good job of moving forward and moving back. But I think sometimes you just got to make the decision. I'm going to make him play and take your licks. If he hits a winner, well, so be it.
Yep. The other player is the one you mentioned, Stan Wawrinka, who didn't really learn how to block his returns until he was well and truly in his mid to late 20s.
And you could argue Stan actually maybe overdid it a little. There were times where he just kind of settled in and blocked everything.
Game, Team United States. 2 games all.
Now the punchline is Lehechka is a young ascending player who has a lot of room for improvement, and what you point out, Wally, is certainly an area that would need to improve if his ranking wants to keep climbing the way that it did last year, going from 141 in the world at the start of this year, I should say, 2022, all the way up to 81 inside the top 100. That's a big leap. Next step, top 50.
And Jim, that's where I scratch my head a little bit. I mentor and help some players here in Australia, and a couple of young kids, 19 years of age, big game. And I sort of think, well, and I'm all about the percentages. And then I'm thinking, well, if he's 19 and Lehechka's 21, they're building for something really big. Am I actually stifling the blue sky? Maybe you just keep swinging for the bleachers, and eventually it all comes in your favour, and you've got a massive game at 24-25 that's really going to threaten. It's just striking that balance, as I say.
14 love.
Some big serves here, but I always go back to the best players in the game just seem to have a knack of making balls when it matters.
Yeah, I think one thing that is true, though, is it's much easier to restrain power than it is to force someone to have power if they don't naturally have it.
Yeah.
Much easier to teach someone with great power how to play better percentage tennis. Tougher to teach a pusher to be a ripper.
(40-15).
Nice carving volley, and he carves out a 3-2 lead here in the second set for the Czech
Team
Republic.
Czech Republic lead 3 games to 2.
We're going to drift away from the Ken Rosewell Arena for the moment, and we're going to take you over to the Sydney Botanical Gardens, officially established in 1816, the oldest such garden in Australia. It has about 5,000 kinds of plants under cultivation, and of course, as you can see from these wonderful pictures here, it has beautiful views of the Opera House and the Harbour Bridge. It is located on the northern fringe of the Sydney CBD, and it is definitely one of the most picturesque cities that you'll ever get the good fortune to come and visit, even if you do have to bump into Wally Masur. Things getting a little bit better here for the Czech Republic in the second set. It was a slow start. He quickly got himself behind. Lehečka 3-love in the opener, just couldn't quite recover it, even though he did knock on the door a couple of times, putting Taylor Fritz under pressure on serve. Couldn't find a way through. The other thing, I was just watching Lehečka play here again, and I talked a little bit about his open stance forehand here, Wally. His volleying is exceptional. It is world class, I think. By going to a parallel sort of step on his forehand, he could transition a bit better and more often into the net.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, you get open stance, a lot of weight on that right leg, back foot.
50 love.
Yeah, Jim made the point, you know, just about challenger players. Sometimes, you know, the difference between the rankings, they just make more errors, and sometimes when he's just in that rally situation, he will overplay or just push. I mean, he's got his nose in front here, but there's not much. Don't mind the little change up. Sometimes I think 2 or 3 slices in a row and you're going to get burnt, but I did like the little off slice to the forehand, but Taylor Fritz is pretty compact on that side. But yeah, for me, Lehečka, it's yeah, just a couple less unforced errors.
Change of position on the second serve has certainly worked out nice for Lehečka. As we said in the opening set, it was almost 70% of second serve points won for the American. He is down at 43% of second serve points, Taylor Fritz, in this second set.
Might have been you, Petch, but I think it was you. You made a quote in one of the matches. I heard you said you're hitting aggressively to safe parts of the court. And I think for Lehečka, hit aggressively by all means, but find those safe parts of the court and keep your rally errors to a minimum.
Worked out beautifully, and again Taylor not going big with that second serve, even though the court position has become significantly different.
It's the second serve return hit points for Lehečka's first set, 3 meters deep. This set inside the baseline, offensive, much more success. That last point leading to another break point chance for Team Czech Republic. Unfortunately for Lehečka, Fritz has made first serves on those break points.
But if you're a coach, Jim, you go, well, that's a good point from Lehečka. He made him play, you know, he jagged 2 or 3 balls back, and, you know, Taylor likes cheap points. Does he go for a bit more on the next break point, and maybe he misses a first serve because his best serve came back on that occasion. You know, I don't mind that point if you're coaching Lehechka.
Advantage Team United States.
Really good response from Lehechka there in terms of the depth. Taylor wanting to stay on the front foot, did not want to relinquish any ground here. Ended up being a pretty tough shot to be that aggressive on.
Advantage Team United States.
Oh,
yeah. Team United States.
Just as he imagined it.
Three against home.
First one.
I was just about to sing Lehechka's praises for staying alive in the point and turning defense into attack, and he comes up with that. Extraordinary. Brings David Witt to his feet.
It's a lot for David to get out of his seat. One of the coolest, calmest on the side of the court that you'll see.
15 left.
It's one thing we haven't seen in this match so far that is available to these team captains is David Witt to actually come out from the team zone and walk over to Taylor Fritz and actually have a conversation with him at the end that he's at.
It's brilliant from Fritz to get to 15 all, and yeah, these team captains are unshackled. They are allowed to come on to the playing surface during the games, not just on the change of ends to have conversations. They can actually get involved. We'll see if these captains choose to do so. You gotta know your player as well. Given Fritz likes to be the one communicating to his team, I'm not sure that that's necessarily the best idea for someone like David Witt to do with Taylor. That's something you'd probably want to work out in advance because players have never had that before, ever. Other team competitions, it wasn't allowed. So it can be extremely helpful when used correctly, but you just have to be mindful to do it in that manner. And there's more good volley action from Jiří Lehečka.
He just likes cutting across the face of that backhand volley, doesn't he? Just gets it to slide away with each revolution. How would you have gone with that, Jim? Someone coming out to you in a big moment and telling you what's what?
I might hit him.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Yeah.
I would have been scared to come out.
Get off my lawn.
Team change Republic. Ball change, please.
On that note,
new ball.
We'll leave the Czech Republic leading 4-3 in the second.
Team Czech Republic leads 4 games to 3.
I think we will see it though. I mean, I think there'll be moments where the captains just get so engrossed in the moment, just as the matches develop, that you will see the coaches just suddenly lose that inhibition that they probably have right now.
I think it completely depends on the player. I honestly could see someone like Dan Evans, who is a chatterbox and loves to get everyone in his team zone involved. I could see him even bringing him out and saying, you know, what do I need to do here? Like because the towel boxes are right next to the team zone. That's a perfect opportunity for a coach if it's loud, a lot of crowd atmosphere or music for the players to actually get some knowledge I think we will see it. I think it might take a day or two for everyone to settle into it because it is foreign to the players and to the captains. But it's an opportunity to make a change in what's going on, and that's what the captains are there for. They're there to change the course of matches.
Pretty animated there at that change of end, obviously sensing that there is an opportunity here for Jizzy to do something, and you could see him just trying to get him going and get the emotion going. Just a couple of men inside the world's top 100 at the moment for the Czech Republic. They're getting significantly eclipsed by the ladies from that particular country at the moment. And that trend, you feel, will continue for a while longer. Interesting decision here from Lehečka to go back. Which had
by interesting,
what logic.
By interesting, you mean incorrect.
Correct.
Yes, that's my interpretation, having sat alongside you for so long. It flies against the flow of play. He's been doing so much better standing in close, as we showed you in Hawkeye. He's been inside the baseline this set, and he's done extremely well against Taylor Fritz. Fritz only winning 40% of second serve points in this set. Well, perhaps, Wally, that's frustration of having had breakpoint chances and not getting them, and an overreaction. That's the only thing I can think of.
Yeah, well, I guess you'd have to be determined, wouldn't you, to find the Fritz backhand off the return, and that doesn't seem something he's that comfortable with. Off that forehand and the forehand wing.
40-15.
I guess you've got to take your hat off to Lehečka for changing a losing game in that first set. He hasn't been afraid to try things. That's a good sign. Therein lies the difference. It's quite a contrast, isn't it, at that point?
40-13. Out. Game, Team United States. 4 games all.
More comfort for Team USA on that hole to serve, and a chance to go break hunting now for Taylor Fritz, who has not had a lot of success this set against either the first or second serves of Lehečka. Lehečka, to be fair, serving much better this set, making 7 to 10 first serves on average. That's a very high rate, and he can pump it. He's hit the bigger of the two fastest serves so far today. It's a mechanical motion. It's a motion that's fragmented, isn't it, Lehečka's first serve? It comes in pieces. It's not fluid, but it doesn't lack for power. He's hit one 216 today. That is big.
With the frames and the strings combination on tour, is there anybody that can't serve 200 plus these days?
Not that I'm aware of.
15.
Seems like even Diego Schwartz, when I've seen him.
He can hit it that fast. He just can't hit it in the court.
No, well, that was my next question. Yeah.
The angle doesn't work.
Where does it go?
Sorry to see Diego withdraw with injury from the United Cup. Always a fan favorite. What a terrific talent he is. Rumor is that he hurt himself celebrating Argentina's World Cup victory. I don't think that's true.
back of the line, just shot through. There's a little half chance, and we've seen Taylor Fritz just so good snuffing out these half chances with big first serves. Can Lehechka do the same?
And this is where that suboptimal technique can hurt you, isn't it? In these moments, this is when the pressure's on. It's when it really reveals itself. Can he camouflage it for now? Oof, that was a golden opportunity for Taylor Fritz. Super return through the middle with depth.
(30-14).
Got a lot of the pieces of the jigsaw puzzle that you need to be a professional tennis player, but putting them all together is proving a little problematic at times here for Lehechka. Break point.
Fritz was leaning towards the center of the court. He was there for that, but he was beaten with the pace. 210K, too much to handle.
The thing that worries me about the Lehechka serve is sometimes when he misses by big margins. And, you know, the great servers, when they don't miss by much. And, you know, as Petch said, when you get to those big moments and those tense moments and a bit of nerves creep in, you hold that racket a little bit harder, those big misses are amplified.
Deuce.
21 years old, guys. Was that too late to make a change technically?
No. Wally?
Yeah, well, I'd say no, because I don't think there's massive amounts that have to be done. But I think a closed racket face on the takeaway is key.
Those points again that I feel the previous forehand where it landed from Taylor, had he played with a closed stance, he could have taken that a metre earlier and got himself into net. He wouldn't have had to play another ground stroke, and we've seen how good he is around the net. Sort of Federer-esque, take that on the rise and move in behind it. He's got that capability. Break point, Team USA. Absolutely breathtaking movement from Taylor Fritz. Spectacular. And he takes the break and he will serve for the match. 5-4, second set.
Team United States leads 5 games to 4.
And that really sums up Taylor Fritz. That was just wonderful movement off the backhand, wasn't it? He was on his way before Lehechka even hit the little drop volley.
Got to agree with you there, Petch. I mean, gets a chance, half a sniff. He's 9 in the world. He's got all the confidence in the world, and he just makes the play when it matters most. That's a huge point right there. And Lehechka really did nothing wrong. I mean, he played a deft volley off his toes. He couldn't do much better, but Fritz was just all over it.
Like every ball is up here, so I feel like if I swing, it's not gonna
coach to try and figure out a way to turn this around. He's got to do something that he hasn't been able to do so far in the match, and that's break Taylor Fritz's serve.
There was a moment of brilliance from Fritz, but you consider the two backhand errors, the forehand error and the double fault. Kind of just keeps taking me back to what Jim said about the difference between those second-tier players and the very best players. You just don't give those cheap errors away, particularly in big moments.
$15.
When you have a serve like Taylor does, he's one of the best closers in the game.
$15. $30-15. $30.
Well, that was ambitious by Easy there, trying to sneak into the net, but Fritz makes him pay
14,
with a good
13.
solid low pass, and with that missed volley comes match point for Team USA in the opening match here in the United Cup.
Game, set a match, Team United States.
Trademark finish from Taylor.
6-4.
Drops his fifth ace of the match, and he gets through in 2 sets against Jiří Lehečka, who will have taken away a lot from that particular contest. And Taylor with his 34th hardcore victory of the season as we get closer and closer to 2023. Taylor coming off a semi-final, of course, at the main tour finals, losing to Djokovic in 2 tiebreakers there. Lehečka made the next-gen finals, and the difference in experience was pretty evident, to be honest, throughout the course of that hour and 15 minutes, Jim.
Lehečka made a nice change, as we highlighted, with the return of serve position adjustment on the second serve. That led him to get a couple of breakpoint chances in the second set, but Fritz was ready to deliver big first serves on those points. He snuffed out those opportunities, flipped it around, was able to convert his great point with determination on that passing shot, and puts Team USA in the catbird seat 1-0. But plenty of work to be done. Remember, these are best of 3 out of 5 contests. It takes 3 match wins for a nation to defeat the other, so the US is off to a good start, but never discount the Czech ladies, Bouzkova and Kvitova. They are tough competitors. They'll be ready to try and level things up.
Yeah, much harder for us to predict on the form guide and the win predictor on the women's side. That was always going to be a match that the Americans would feel as though they should be banking. minutes. There's just a little bit of post-match analysis with Michael Russell and Taylor Fritz.
My post-match analysis is that Mike Russell is going to beat him in any kind of an upper body strength contest. But via push-ups, bench pressing, Mike's got him covered. But
well, I wouldn't mind him going head-to-head with Wally, to be honest.
Pretty nice little battle. That's fair. Morgan Riddle, that's Taylor's girlfriend. She is, I think the kids call it an influencer. And
correct.
Has done some good work promoting tennis outside of the normal circles. And she is ever present with Taylor. They'll both be featured very shortly in Breakpoint, Netflix new upcoming documentary on the 2022 tennis season, which stands to be released just prior to the start of the Australian Open. We'll see a lot of Taylor Fritz and Morgan Riddle in that. Stefanos Tsitsipas, Nick Kyrgios, among others to be featured.
Taylor, congratulations. Got Team USA off to a good start, and you had a good start in the match, but that second set was turning into a bit of an arm wrestle.
Yeah, for sure. I came out solid. It's obviously the first match of the season for everyone, so, maybe he came out just a little bit slow, made a couple mistakes, and I was ready to go, so I took advantage of it and then just took care of my serve, and I did a really good job of that in the second set too. And I knew I just needed that chance, the opportunity to break, and all I had to do was just kind of keep holding, keep protecting my serve. So yeah, luckily for me, I got that break.
You talked about that opportunity to break, but that was a moment of inspiration. That was a heck of a point you played to break him in the second.
Yeah, I kind of just kept putting balls back in the court. I thought I hit a decent lob and guessed right where he was hitting the overhead, and then knew that he was going to have to go short with the next ball. So I took off, and yeah, I hit a good shot. It was a big point, and sometimes those type of points on break point and can decide a match.
You seem to enjoy the dynamic of the team zone, but you seem to be doing more chatting than the coaches. You seem to be directing traffic in there.
Yeah, I feel. Dude, these.
We're losing.
Yeah.
I think we hear you.
I feel like that's how it usually is. I just like to kind of express what I'm feeling on the court, what I'm seeing, and then, have coaches agree, disagree, tell me what they're seeing, and yeah, I'm kind of just talking out my thoughts of kind of how the match is going on.
Well, mate, you got a great team behind you. You've led strongly from the front. I'll let you get back and enjoy the next match.
Thank you.
Well done, Taylor.
Thanks.
Well, they're happy. Fans in the crowd happy, and the player himself will be happy. He's scrambled to safety there. It wasn't his cleanest performance if you've been watching him all the way through 2022. He's certainly hit the high spots at times this year. Of course, Tokyo title. And he is still going through some of the things that perhaps he could have done just a little bit better. Even at 9 in the world, he is still very much on a learning curve here. Is his toolbox as full as Rafa's, as Novak's? And that's going to be the real test for Taylor as he goes through the next month or so. What a good start to the United Cup, new concept. And it is a women's turn coming up shortly as well. Kuskova up against Madison Keys in what is a real blockbuster match. They played once before in 2020 in Brisbane, and Madison Keys, who loves her time in Australia, will be hoping to replicate the form not just of 2020 but of last year as well, where she got up and running so well. These are the final credits, and there is a big difference on forehand winners there. 11 forehand winners as well. That is an area that, no question, that Hologic is going to have to do a little bit more damage against these best players. He's 0 for 4 now against top tenors. He's won just the one set against Tsitsipas as well in Rotterdam. And one of the ways perhaps he can be a little bit more effective is getting himself into the net. You wouldn't say that's a place that Taylor Fritz ventures all that often. He forces himself up there. He's done a very nice job today, the American. But Lehechka perhaps could get to the net a little bit more against these better players and take them out of his rhythm and play in a way that he likes to more. As the WTA Coach of the Year, has showed that he can produce success on the men's side, as well as the American #1 gets through in a couple of sets, dropping just the 7 games. And a final wave from him before we get a big welcome for Madison Keys and Marie Buskova up next.
Welcome along back to the Ken Rosewall Arena on what is a very cloudy day here in the inner western part of Sydney. Yes, I think the odd jacket, just a light puffer or sweatshirt is handy as we await the players for the second match in this new competition, the United Cup. This is America against the Czech Republic, and everyone here just getting used to this new format, which will be 5 matches over 2 days. I think the rain is going to stay away, so forecast very good, certainly for the rest of the week. Everyone on holiday. There was quite a lot of traffic coming out to the Olympic Park today. I think a big rush for the holiday sales. But let's hope a few more will come to the tennis, and I'm sure they will as this event starts to build. Of course, Tennis Australia didn't really have an awful lot of time to promote it because it has been the ATP Cup for the last 2 years. But let's hope the word gets out, because this is a unique competition. Sam Smith is alongside Laura Robson, former British #1. Laura, great to have you. I didn't realise you hadn't ever played this event before, so this is a new experience for you.
Yeah, very strange indeed. I had my first tour around the grounds yesterday. I always ended up playing in Hobart because the cut tended to be a little lower, but now I'm upset because the conditions here, everyone's going for coffee in the morning around the city. It's just perfect, and it's exactly what I love in a tournament. I
get the feeling, I have to say, that it's almost in Paris there is a patisserie around every corner, and it's exactly the same here, isn't it? Well, certainly in Sydney. I'm allergic to coffee, so I'm very aware of where the coffee shops are.
I'm sad for you, because I went to a coffee place this morning, bumped into the entire Australian United Cup team.
Oh, then you know
They
it's
all
good.
Sat down for a team breakfast, and I thought, if you guys are here, then I'm in the right place.
Actually, yes, I think that is an excellent tip. If you ever want to know where the best coffee places are around the world, just try and sort of stealthily trail a tennis player or two, because I think they spend as much time sorting out the best coffee joints as they do anything else, actually, as practicing their forehands. So I'm glad, and it lived up to your expectations. Right, United States in very good shape here after Taylor Fritz won the first match against Yuri Ledechka.
We heard from Stephen Farrow yesterday, the United Cup tournament director, that the Czech team has really taken the team aspect and ran with it, that they're a bit like on a school trip at the moment. They're all travelling as a pack, and you can just see that here. They are taking it very seriously.
David Witt, on your left, the coach of top 10 American Jessica Pegula, is also the team captain for this event, which is chosen by the top-ranked player. Very much a gentle start on day 1 to the United Cup.
To Ken Rosewall Arena for our second match today. From the Czech Republic, Marie Boskova, led out by team captain Jiří Vanek. And representing the United States of America, Madison Keys, led out by team captain David Witt.
A very different setup for the United Cup. You might remember the ATP Cup here 12 months ago. The difference is this year that managed to spread across Australia and play in 3 cities, 18 teams. Of course, Perth Sydney and Brisbane, but they have these team zones, Laura, which is very much an innovation, isn't it? Because you're so used to sitting close to the umpire's chair.
Yeah, it seems like the players are still trying to get used to it themselves. They haven't quite figured out when to speak, and you don't want to overstep or anything like that, especially when you go back to an individual tournament next week. And I think this is where the Americans have an interesting setup, where Jess Begula's individual coach is the team captain, so how much he feels that he can say to Maddie Keys today, I think is up for debate.
Okay, condition for this match will be best three of tiebreak sets. We use 6 balls, 1 7, 9. Probably already seen the review will show on the big screens because lab ELC system using. Matt will use machine, okay? And we still have TV changeovers. Please wait for me to call time, okay? Any questions? No? Would you like to call Maddie heads or tails? Heads? So you decide, Maddie, tails, yeah. That's heads, your call. Receive? Yeah. Can we take a picture together? Sorry. Together.
We're very much used to team competition in the Billie Jean King Cup, and some of them over the years have played the Hopman Cup many moons ago over in Perth, but this will be a new experience for them. Two players who had a very good season, didn't they, last year or this year? I feel like we're in 2023, so excuse me.
We might as well be. We're going to make that mistake a lot, so let's just assume that we're 2023 already.
Just popped outside the top 10. Keys, who's made a couple of appearances in the Australian Open semi-final, had a great run in 2022 right at the start of we'll call it last season now, but began the year ranked outside the top 50, which is strange for Madison, or Maddie as she's known to her friends. She's always pretty much been in the top 10. She'll be 28 years of age in February now, very much, well, she has been for a long time, based in the sunny climes of Florida. Lives up in Orlando with, is it her fiance yet, Bjorn Prantangelo?
No, not engaged.
It's got to be coming soon, hasn't it? They're a very happy couple. They live together up there. But interesting that, I think a lot of people are very pleased to see her having such a good year.
3 minutes. Oh, for sure, and she's always such a dangerous player, but she hasn't had that consistency over the years. Struggled a bit with injuries as well, so great to see her back at the ranking where you feel she really should be, pushing the top 10. And Bowser's had an unbelievable year as well.
Yes, not easy to make a Czech team, isn't it? Such is the strength and depth. You can actually say the same for the Americans as well, but it's not too bad when your ranking is the same number as your age, and she was only ranked just inside the world's top 100. I mean, at the beginning of 2022, having to qualify for Adelaide and many tournaments, she did it the hard way. We've always known that both of a very good player, and starting to fulfill her potential now at a career high ranking. So just outside the world's top 70 in doubles.
2 minutes.
So we're all set for the first of the women's singles. It's the number 2 players who will play today. And how much relevance has this meeting almost 3 years ago now, on a much faster court actually in Brisbane, but he's really dominating that matchup. A lot's happened since then, hasn't it, in the world?
Plenty's happened. Both players, I think, are playing much more consistently. Obviously, that shows in the ranking. Keys actually was saying that the courts this week are playing fairly fast and that the balls are flying through the air, so she's getting a little bit of extra pop on the serve in particular. So she's going to be looking to really dominate off the first couple of shots in the rally, go from there, and it's about Boskova trying to weather the storm, as it always is with the Keys matches. You kind of know what to expect and what's going to come at your racket, and it's just about getting the footwork going as soon as possible. But I think the 1-0 head-to-head, we can sort of write that off because they're two very different players since then.
What sort of player is Marie Boskova in terms of style?
It's interesting because she's not quite got an obvious game style.
Ladies and gentlemen, this match will be the
dangerous.
best of 3 tie-breaks. Team Czech Republic won the toss and
it's
chose
not like I
receive.
would call her a huge hitter or a counter puncher. She just does everything well overall. She's a great mover. We're going to see how intense she is around the ball with the quick steps, creating space for herself. And then she tries to rip when she has the chance, especially on the backhand side. But she's quite happy to just sit back and soak up the pace as well. She's very versatile, and that's something that she's improved in that big ranking jump, just adding a bit of pace when necessary, feeling like she's got the confidence to go for her shots a bit more. And with that, the match wins just brings you so much more energy on court.
Really important, this women's singles, in the context of these, this 5-match tie between the Czech Republic and the United States. Also in this group, a very strong German side as well. Winners of the group will go through to the city finals. And the winner of that match, plus one runner-up, will go through to the semi-finals, which are going to be played here on the Ken Rosewall
Thank
Arena.
you, ladies and gentlemen. Please find your seats quickly. First set, Madison Keys is serving, representing United States. Ready? Play.
Well, started for Madison, I said, the resurgence after a really tough 2021. Fell outside the world's top 50. All began to go the right way for her with an unexpected 6th title in Adelaide right at the start of 2022.
It's a tough one because she kind of went downhill, and she'll say this herself, basically because she was thinking too much about what points she had to defend from the year before, always focused more on the winning and losing rather than just trying to play her game. But she's got a similar situation coming up at the end of this month.
Game.
He's settling
United States.
Very, very quickly. Yes, of course, defending Australian Open.
Over 1,000 points.
Semi-final points.
Yeah, between Adelaide and that semi-final, over 1,000 points was such a huge chunk of ranking. So something that must be on her mind slightly, and it's just about how she can correct the mistakes that she's made in the past, thinking about that going forward.
Katie, you are sitting not too far behind the umpire's chair. Lovely to happy Christmas. Great to have you with us. We're going to chat to you over the course of players came out quite quickly, actually. But But just give us an idea of sort of temperature and how fast you think the court is playing.
Yeah, afternoon, Laura and Sam. Great to be here, day one of the United Cup. Court's playing reasonably fast, I feel, and you can see there when Madison Keys is set and got some time on the ball, how dangerous she is. But I'll keep you posted through the match, but great conditions here for day one of the United Cup.
Great thing is we can see you down there, Casey, because you've got an absolutely spectacular pink jacket on.
Can't miss me.
No.
Team Czech Republic to serve.
Yeah, speaking to a few of the players last night, they were saying that the courts here are playing faster than previous years when they've been in Sydney, and that it's taking the height and the spin very quickly off the ground as well.
Marie, in many ways, couldn't help but be a tennis player. Her father coached her, and with her mother, Kaveta, they owned a tennis club in Prague. So I think it was almost inevitable that she would pick up the racket. And I just wonder, Laura, if it's how it's easy to find your identity in Czech tennis, because there are just, you know, if you can be a very good junior, but there are so many excellent players coming from that part of the world, and you can get sort of rather lost.
Yeah, absolutely. At one point, if you're in the top 50, you weren't even making the Billie Jean King Cup team. So it's a tough ask to just get to #1 in your own country. I just think he's here starting to pepper the Boskova forehand, and the errors are coming thick and fast.
A couple of early chances for the American.
And that's a much better serve from Boskova. Keys tends to like the returns when she's got a bit more space on either side. So going tee or wide, not necessarily that successful. But when she's pushed in the body and she's having to create the space, that's when you see those first serve returns come into the net.
Advantage, Team Czech Republic.
Boskova very precise in everything she does. You can see that at the start of the serve. Super methodical. And I wonder if that is reflecting the fact she's an excellent student as well. Academic one as well as on the tennis court.
Didn't she miss quite a big tournament to go to her graduation?
I did hear that, but I mean the Czechs, the Germans particularly, and actually the Poles as well, very keen on finishing regular schooling. I know that she is currently doing a business administration degree at the university which is linked with the WTA.
Advantage, team.
And
Czech
she's one of these players that I have to say, I think tennis players might be the best linguists out there in the sports world, but she speaks obviously Czech, she speaks French apparently, English, German. Her parents lived in Germany for a while, and it's just added Italian to the roster. It's a really good hold from 1540.
One game on.
Almost a great pickup off the ground. Boskova trying to be super aggressive on the return coming forward.
Yeah, nice change up. And Boskova just starting to settle here. It's got the reputation of being a dangerous opponent on tour.
Love 13.
A couple of double faults from
Love
Keys already, just trying to go for too much off the second serve.
And this one slightly more expensive than the one she hit in the first game, and after looking good to break, she's in a little trouble on her own serve here. Oh, thank goodness, that's a real loss of rhythm.
Czech Republic.
And against the early run of play, it's the Czech who has the early advantage with the break. Boskova 2-1 in the first set. Well, we're here in Sydney's inner west, but about a 30-minute drive away. One of the world's most iconic harbours, and I think home to one of your favourite TV reality shows, Laura.
Oh.
Tell us about these apartments.
You think I only watch a reality TV? That's not true. I watch the intellectual stuff as well.
I know you do.
But I am a keen fan of Lux Listings Sydney, which is all the waterfront houses, many, many millions of dollars.
Oh, really? I couldn't sort of pick one up for a bargain then?
Unfortunately not. And we can just see Maddie's coach, Georgie, there to her left, kind of doing most of the talking rather than David Witt, the team captain. Georgie's been with Keys for around about 18 months now. They've had a really successful working relationship. And I think it's probably David Witt just saying, you take the lead here.
Yeah, that's exceptional. And a little taster of what Boskova can bring to the table here.
Not giving up any ground on the baseline here, Boskova.
Always a player that we've known about her pedigree. From the juniors, where she was a US girls champion. And you look at these two, and the transition onto the main tour is so different. For Maddie Keys, she was playing junior tests when she was 13 or 14, and broke the top 100 as I think she was just about 17. It was a very rapid ascent for Boskova. Took her a little longer. She was about 21 before she broke the top 100. Whenever, Laura, we sit and watch these matches, every time you see completely different routes, don't you, to getting onto the main tour, to getting up the rankings. Boskova just took a little longer.
And that's one of my favourite things about the sport, really. There's not one right or wrong way to do things. You've got players peaking for the first time in their early 30s, cracking the top 100, and others who make it look so easy and fly up the rankings at the age of 16, 17. It's better from Keys, much more controlled. Case, what do you think? I feel like she's taken perhaps a bit of pace off the forehand side, just trying to find a bit more consistency on the ball.
Yeah, absolutely, Laura. And I think with Madison, big targets at this stage of the match, first match of the season, is really key.
Chance to get the break back here. This is a lively start here for the women's second singles. And already a couple of breaks in the opening 4 games.
Scary level.
2 games.
Francis just saying scary level.
Some really great hitting from both women down here at court level. And a big game here for Keys to try and find some rhythm on serve. She's just got to get up and out of that serve a bit more. And as I said, big targets even on serve, just to try and find that rhythm.
Title in Adelaide, we were talking about a little earlier in the match, was a huge confidence builder for Keys after a tough previous season. Her first title in almost 2.5 years. And then the run in Melbourne where she beat former champion Sophia Kenin, and then 2 top teners back-to-back, Paula Badosa and Barbora Krejcikova, before losing to Ash Barty. The reigning Australian Open champion. They take too long to brush aside Madison. And then really, I think, quite a consistent year. She finished up playing for the United States team in Glasgow.
And there really wasn't a lot of time between Billie Jean King Cup and this event, so she had a bit of a break, moved house in Orlando, and really didn't get into a pre-season training block until probably about 2 weeks ago or so.
Well, wildly contrasting service games from Keys so far in these opening 20 minutes. But we're back on serve here with the American leading 3-2 in the first.
Come on. Like salt in my steak.
Keys would have been super happy with her year. They're coming from where she started and ending the year as on-site alternate for the WTA finals in Dallas. And then I think was so out of gas by the time they got to Scotland for the Billie Jean King Cup finals that she just didn't play her best tennis that week. But a huge leap in confidence.
Were you up in Glasgow, or did you make it up there?
I was commentating, I wasn't there.
Ah, okay. You were watching. You were closely observing proceedings.
And just on the left there, fitness trainer Rocket, physio Shady. They have been keeping Keys' body together for a couple of years now.
Yes, it takes a team these days, doesn't it? And I think worth remembering that it's Madison's 14th season out there on tour. It's still a few years away from her 30th birthday.
Good play, Maddie.
Very interesting to see how both her backs up this season after working so hard to get from 89 in the world into the top 30 over the last 12 months. And she did it the hard way. A lot of qualifying events and then winning rounds, such as in Adelaide, where Keys was the eventual champion. She also did it in California in March. Indian Wells qualified in the 3rd round, qualified in Miami the following week, and again having to make it through those tough matches before getting into the main draw in Madrid, where she made the last 16th. So her year really built. And then she really hit the high notes. Quarter-final at Wimbledon, beating Danielle Collins, Alison Risk. That's a great result on the grass. Caroline Garcia, who ended up having a brilliant season before losing in 3 sets to Ons Jabeur. She was actually a set up in that quarter-final, but of course didn't get any ranking points for that event, so she could be considerably higher now.
Oh, that had some heat onto it. Yeah, I think it's safe to say Boskova will be playing Guadalajara. She tends to enjoy the altitude. Final there when it was the WTA International at the start of the year, then semis there at the WTA Premier event, and actually stayed in Mexico for another week to play another challenger at the altitude. So she's just trying to keep it going.
Game, Team Czech Republic.
Well, this is a sign that both are finally settling into this singles. Tomorrow during the day, Petra Kvitova will take on Jessica Pegula. Kvitova back as the Czech #1. Francis Tiafoe taking on Thomas Majchak, who played so well last year, and then will be potentially a deciding mixed doubles. And as commentators, Laura, we won't know who is going to be playing until 10 minutes before the match, which does make life quite difficult on the preparation front.
We can make an educated guess, maybe.
Beautifully done.
A good close at the net. That's something that Keys has been working on in the off-season. Finding that willingness to come forward and not just hitting drive volleys all the time. That's something that she's keen to do.
It's noticed actually that her doubles ranking is looking much more respectable these days. She's finally got on board. You might, I think it's even from the eye doesn't lie, does it? You can see.
You can see there's a difference, but it's nice to back it up with some numbers, and that is an extremely big difference at this level.
Boskova getting in on the act. The second meeting between these two players. They last played 3 years ago on the fast courts of Queensland. It's starting to hum now, this match.
And this was a fantastic move forward. Again, closed down the net, kept the wrist nice and soft. Great feel on the volley.
Game, Team United States.
Well, much more secure service game. Madison Keys and Team USA push ahead once more. And in the second match here.
Team United States leads 4-3.
Casey, what are you seeing so far in this opening? I'd say 30 minutes have rattled along, haven't they?
Yeah, it's been great tennis, but I've been really impressed. Just what you mentioned there, Laura, about Keys moving forward and also just being aware of when she is moving forward and what she's coming forward off, and doing a really great job there. But as you said, the court's playing pretty fast, so I feel like obviously that first hit is super critical in terms of who's on top of the point early. But yeah, some really good tennis for the first match of the season from both women.
I'll tell you what I'm really impressed about, how Madison's coped with the stress of moving house. That is just horrific. To do that in a very short break at the end of the season, I have to tell you, I have even more respect for Maddie than I had before. So Keys, the #2 singles spot. I'll tell you what, the Czechs are determined to enjoy themselves here, aren't they?
Christopher's been saying if it is a school trip that they're on, then she is the mother of the group.
She's like the headmistress.
Probably not as strict as a headmistress, but definitely leading the team cheers, and she's been #1 supporter for the last couple of hours.
Mentioned Pushko putting that together, that brilliant run, her first Grand Slam quarter-final, in fact, at Wimbledon last year, but then it was a wonderful July for her. Picked up her first title, pro title, in Prague, of all places, back at home. Didn't lose a set that week. More power than she ever really knows what to do with Keys. It does make it quite tough as the server, because you know you've got to hit your spots, especially with the second. Otherwise you're going to have a cannon coming back at you. I do feel that Keys returns her best when she just mostly goes heavy through the middle and tries to set up that next shot rather than just trying to hit winners off the first ball. That's just awesome pace, isn't it?
News.
Ideal playing conditions here on the Ken Rosewall Arena at Olympic Park.
Advantage, Team Czech Republic.
Yeah, very gritty service game. And the young Czech. And we're level once more in this opening set after a couple of early breaks. Well, I want to ask you about playing that first match of the season, you know, that kind of breaking the membrane and getting into a new year, and how tricky it is.
Well, before we get onto that, I just want to show the comparison on the return speeds that Keys has been hammering down at Boskova's feet, and Boskova's actually done an unbelievable job at just picking up that first ball, getting herself in the rally. I think first match of the season is tough though, because you've been working on so many things over the past 5-6 weeks and trying to do all the right things, so much going on in your head of things tactically that you've been doing in practice, and obviously you've got the nerves that you haven't played in a while.
And physically as well.
Physically, it's probably the best you're going to feel for the rest of the year.
I don't know. I
don't know if Case feels any different, but I was like, wow, this is what it's like to be rested.
I don't know. I always felt physically after the first match, with all the adrenaline and nerves, I was struggling the next day. But she was broken in her second service game with those couple of double faults. Madison Keys, she's only dropped actually 2 points behind her serve, so finding a good rhythm now.
She's winning 82% of points off the first serve.
Now this is a very good opening set from both women here. Team USA moving ahead once more in this opening set. Well, the players like to stay in town, and when they do, there's plenty of excursions for them to go on. And even right in the centre of the city, there's an opportunity for everyone, for tourists particularly, to experience all the indigenous culture. Visit the First Australians Gallery. There's almost too much to do if you're a player here in such a wonderful city. We're here at the Ken Rosewell Arena. Great man who won so many slams back in the 50s, 60s. She grew up in Hurstville, which is just about 20 minutes from here at the Olympic Park. Can you believe the Sydney Olympics were over 2 decades ago now, when this arena was first built, actually modelled on the same architect builder was the person who did Court 1 at Wimbledon, which is what has that sort of similar feel to it.
Tina.
Just wondering now what is going to determine the outcome of this first set. I can see you gazing at various screens around our commentary box, Laura, to just try and tease out what might be the critical number here.
Unlucky, set up the point perfectly. Just didn't have enough space around the ball. Was too close to the net trying to hit this topspin ball. Yeah, I don't know, because Boskova isn't winning too much off her first serve, 55% of points, but then she knows that there's a good chance that Keys is going to throw in a return error on a big point when she tries to go for that huge winner. Sometimes it comes off like that, and there's absolutely nothing you can do. But Boskova has been so good across 2022 at just grinding out matches.
Great opportunity for Keys here to get down an early break at the start of the set. And a chance to give Team USA the lead. Wasn't the best of Madison Keys. There were some wonderful moments, but it certainly was good enough. And the American very pleased to have the first set in her back pocket. Team USA win the opener by 6 games to 4.
I actually think overall that was a really good set.
I was going to ask you, that's exactly what I was going to ask you. It was good enough, wasn't it?
Her opponent away, which is sometimes she can do that, and then you know, we've watched a 22-minute first set and it's just all been too simple, but that's when I feel like she has the dips in the second set, whereas here she's kind of toughed that one out, came back from that break down, converted the first set point, but it was overall quite consistent tennis. She's always going to have more unforced errors, but mostly just because she plays a bigger game. So if we look at the stats here, just really good off the first serve. That's always going to be such a positive part of her game. Forehand winners. I think she could probably go for even more in the second now that the first set's in the bag and you can relax a little.
So Americans getting off to a really good start here in Group C. Some of the best moments of a very strong opening set. Couple of breaks in that opening set. Keys only needing the one opportunity to wrap it up. And Team USA 1 match ahead with the win of Taylor Fritz are set up here in good position in the best of 5 matches.
Second serve, Team United States, Christopher.
Devastating, and real problems for Boskova if Keys can get on the front foot. Have you liked it that she's gone fairly heavily to that Boskova forehand?
For sure. I think Boskova's forehand is definitely the side that breaks down more, and generally it's mistakes in the net. She just hits such a flat shot and kind of comes over the shoulder and down rather than low to high.
Keys once again punching in another excellent service game. Set 1-love now for Team USA in this women's singles. So Laura, you have never played in certainly a pro match against Maddie Keys, but you must have hit with her. You guys have had the same agent for a long time. Have you hit with Maddie before?
Yeah,
must have done.
Several times, probably more than several times, and we used to train in the same place in Boca in Florida, and I know her family really well. I know Maddie really well, so she's just always someone who's been around because she started so young.
Yeah.
So I think
you guys are very sort of similar ages, aren't you?
She's a year younger than me, yeah. But I mean, everyone knows her game because she hasn't really changed it much over the years.
No.
She's just become more consistent at times, and on the years that she hasn't played so well, it's when she's just gone for broke all the time.
Yes. Nice try. This is something we're going to see more and more of this season. Keys just looking for opportunities to come forward on balls that maybe she wouldn't have done so before. We'll see.
It's a difficult one for Boskova here because she really just needs more time on the shot, but if she takes a couple more steps back and tries to create some more space that way, well, you kind of feel like that's playing into Keys' hands.
Never easy, these opening few matches of the year, particularly the very first one coming out of the off-season. Boskova shut down her year at the end of October. It's well played. Felt like an important hold for the Czech. He senses something not going to go away early stages of this second set. What would you like to see from Boskova in the next sort of 10-15 minutes?
Well, just more consistency off the forehand side. I think she's got to go heavy through the middle at the start of the rally so that she doesn't give Keys the angle to work with, so she can't just go cross-court heavy to Boskova's forehand.
Beautifully done. The Czech can make it a little move here.
Oh, she's such a great mover. I feel like she can rely on that a bit more. Get a bit more variety with her shots going.
First time for the American at love 30 in this contest. That's a problem solver.
15, 30.
What's it feel like when that ball hits your racket when you were hitting with her, Laura?
I've probably got to say she's the paciest player I've ever hit with. Case, what do you think?
Absolutely. You feel like you've just got no time on the ball when you are up against Madison Keys, and you've talked about the pace of shot on return, and you really have to be ready after the serve because it's coming back so fast. But pace of shot, by far, Madison Keys was one of the toughest that I ever played against.
Let's sort of make a little move here. Yeah, I know, Casey, you've been burnt. I'm not going to mention the head-to-head too strongly, but I know you've been burnt by the Keys game a couple of times.
Thanks, Sam. So kind of you.
That's all right.
I'm going to have to look that up myself now.
Very much a repeat of the opening set. It's Voskova who breaks early against the run of play. There's up a break in the second after having dropped the first. This is something you've been talking a lot about, where you want to drive the return. So what exactly has she been doing?
Well, obviously Keys is getting the depth here, but what I'm mostly looking at is where it's going. Majority of the shots are coming into that Voskova forehand. She's under pressure, first ball of the rally, and then that's just affecting her movement. She's having to come back off the baseline after the serve, and Keys is then looking to take some of these moves forward that we've seen. But I just think that 46% deep in the corner is so tough to take off the first serve, and particularly in the second serve as well. You've just got more of the same coming at you. It's brutal.
I just love the fact she's been able to do it off the first serve. That's really impressive. Well, going down an early break in the opening set was certainly not a problem for Maddie Keys. Broke Becky in the very next game and then looked completely secure behind her serve to reel out the set, breaking Voskova at 5-4. I loved an early break here.
Love 15.
Now, can she hold on to this early advantage? Unable to do so in that first set. Perfect playing conditions here on another cool Sydney day.
That's such a tough time for a double fault, and she went big on the second. She was trying to go for a bit more so that Keys couldn't hit a screaming winner past her, but then
yeah, and
that fine line.
I think Well, you're talking about the pressure on that return. That's her first double fault of the match. She gets the advantage, but can she convert it? Chance is here for Keys for a way back. I must say, certainly in that first set, when she was a break-up, she actually had to face break points in her opening service game. Delivered a couple of first serves, but since then was really unable to make those first serves when she was break point down. Oh, rock star ground strokes from Madison Keys. And just as she did in the first set, the immediate break back from the American. And everything going well so far for Team USA.
In this rally, Boskova hit a really good higher shot off the backhand just to create some more time. And I felt the next shot could have been the same, pushing Keys back, not trying to add any more pace. Because as soon as she, from way back behind the baseline where she was, tried to go flat again, well then it's almost point over.
There were plenty of chances for Keys to defend some of those Adelaide points from last season. Of course, there is an event there right before the Australian Open, but also a lot of points on offer over the course of the United Cup as well.
And of course, the format rewards the lower ranked players if they can manage to get a win over someone higher than them, which I think is a fantastic initiative for someone perhaps ranked 150.
Oh, it's just breathtaking power. I think Fritz and Taylor Fritz and Francis wouldn't mind having a backhand line like Anderson. Yeah, they're just saying if we could have one of those, make all the difference. Come on. First time we've, for the tours anyway, WTA and ATP tours, that we've had a combined event for men and women. Everyone just feeling their way into this opening day of the new tour season.
I reckon give it a couple of days and the benchers will be on their feet. Yeah. They'll be screaming, just easing into it on day one.
For the women, this is a new experience, having these team zones. The men have done it in the ATP Cup. A couple of very nice backhand down the lines from Madison Keys in the second set, very much following the script of the first. And she leads by a set and 3-2. As I mentioned, many of the players staying in the CBD, and just a little walk around the harbour, you can pick up one of the Sea Cats, the ferries, and jump over to Manly Beach, one of my favourite spots. I've got a friend who lives in Fairlight. Just come off the ferry and hang a left, and you're down on one of the most beautiful spots. Are you a Manly or a Bondi girl, Laura?
Well, I'll take either, really. I'm not fussed. We don't exactly have beaches. Well, not Australia level beaches anyway in the UK, so anything's good for me.
Thank you, boy.
That was a rather conservative bounce smash by Keys. From Madison, taking power off is something that she seems to have found terribly easy over the years. Very nice.
Really starting to feel down here courtside that the team zones are starting to take play in this match. You mentioned it is a new experience for the women to have the team zones at the end of the courts, and also just that interaction at a W2A event from not only the women but also the men. And every player likes different levels of interaction, I feel. So both team zones now are definitely starting to get behind both of these women a lot more.
Okay, so we might have to insert you down there just to have rev things up a little.
Might give them some pom-poms or some flags.
We've waited just over the hour for the first check ace of the contest. Just help her escape this rather tricky service game. Broken twice in the opening set. From 15-30, Bouzkova, excuse me, battling hard here. It'll be very interesting, Laura, just to see what players have talked about. You said the court surface and the speed of the ball, but how much they're fluffing up as well. That's always a big sort of area of discussion at this time of year, just as we're changing to the second lot of new balls.
Yeah, they can get very different from when you first start with them compared to when you're going for the ball change, especially with the power that both of these players have from the baseline. It's just really about making that adjustment, isn't it?
That's going to be your next 2 games. That's the next assignment I'm sending you on, just to get a gauge of how many games before they're really fluffing up. Or sometimes the balls can actually get very bald as well. That's not easy.
Yeah, it's not taking long at the moment for the balls to fluff up. From watching a few practices, even after 10 minutes, they're getting very, very fluffy. You can see the difference, though, in the first couple of points just with those new balls, but it doesn't take long for them to fluff up.
That's good to know, Katie. You're already on it.
What other assignment can we send Case on?
Just nice ones, please.
Just thinking, Casey, with your bright pink jacket on, you'd make a 4th pink lady in the movie Grease. I'm sure as an Aussie you've seen that movie.
One of my faves of all time.
See, could you be a pink lady?
Absolutely.
I'd fit
in very nicely.
You would in your outfit.
I'm rewatching that with my 6-year-old daughter now, so...
Oh, R.I.P. Olivia.
Yeah.
Aussie ledge.
Yep.
You can't watch that enough, can you? First movie I think I ever watched. Second love hold for Keys. And she leads now by a set and 4-3. So where are we going here with these two, Laura? See Keys just wrapping it up as she did in the first set, or is that Bouzkova got a couple more cards to play?
Well, I think a lot like the first set, it could really go either way. We're at the business end now, and Bouzkova doing so well to just hang on her own service games, whereas Keys, like set 1, is holding fairly easily. So it's one of those matches, if Bouzkova can just get a little bit more momentum on the return games, then things could turn very quickly.
First day's play of the inaugural United Cup, the first combined competition from the ATP and WTA tours. 18 teams across 3 cities, featuring 6 groups, 2 in Perth, a couple here in Sydney, and a pair in Brisbane. Looking back at Boskova's early development, I noticed that she spent a couple of years based in Florida. It was then the Nick Bollettieri Academy, now IMG Academy, and I have to say, again, it's rest in peace as well for the late Nick Bollettieri, who passed away early in December earlier this month at the age of 91. What an impact he's had on our game over the years. Deservedly so, inducted into the Tennis Hall of Fame in Newport, Rhode Island.
Let's take a look at the average net clearance. Almost 40 centimetres difference on the forehand side from Keys and Boskova. Go back to that net clearance, it just shows how much less time Boskova has to work with when it's coming so quick already, but also low over the net. She's got to be rapid with the footwork.
Yeah, barely 1/8 third of the points behind her second serve in this set. And this is real cumulative pressure from Keys over the last few Boskova service games, and a chance to get that second break now in this set. And the way she has been serving in recent times, I'd imagine just converting one of these 2 break points here would be enough. Haven't seen too many of those really loose ones today from Madison, which is a good sign. Well, if you hit low enough over the net, you're going to get a few of those. And that might be the break that Team USA require. It could be enough to wrap up a very successful afternoon.
Net called to finish, but she really built that point up, didn't she? Using the width, going for a few more of the inside-out forehands, and we usually see from her.
Well, she's been a breakdown in both sets, but she certainly hasn't let it rattle her. Now a chance for the American to close here. Found the mark once again. And how well Keys has eased into this opening match of the new season against a player who was also coming off a very good year. And she's finishing here in some style. Team USA at triple match point. Keys finding that winning feeling in Sydney, and she wins in straight sets, 6-4, 6-3.
Just an excellent match start to finish. Not too much going on there for Maddie Keys. She obviously has the power, but she had the consistency today, and to finish out the match with 2 holds to love just shows how confident she is at the moment. And it's really the tennis that we saw from her over the last year, but just towards the back end of the season she was starting to look tired, and this is where that extra rest coming into the 2023 season is just going to make such a difference for all of these players, but particularly for Maddie, who just generates so much pace from the back of the court.
All the Americans really delivering on this first afternoon at the inaugural United Cup, and they always look very strong on paper, but the Czechs will have the chance still to come back tomorrow. They'll be on in the day session where there are 3 matches: men's singles, a women's match-up, and then a mixed doubles, which may decide the tie. We shall see. It's played over a couple of days. That's pretty unique. I think in just a moment we're going to have a chance to hear from Madison. Really good performance from Madison Keys, and she's standing ready. She's with Casey Delacroix.
Well, Madison, congratulations. Firstly, oh, everyone can hear me now. Madison, congratulations. Firstly, I wanted to say welcome back down under. You had some great success here last year, so it must feel good to be back in Australia.
It's always so amazing. Jeez, sorry. Okay. It's always great being back in Australia. I've always had so many great memories here, and I have amazing fans, and I always love playing in front of the crowds here. They're amazing. I mean, first day here, and we've got a pretty good crowd in the middle of the day, so that's all we can ask for. So happy to be back.
And just in regards to that match there against Marie, identical sets, went down a break early, but you broke back straight away. How important was it for you? a video bomb, not a photo bomb. But how important was it for you to break back straight away and make sure that you stayed within in both of those sets?
You know, it's always really important to try to get a break back right away. You don't want to feel like you're behind in a set. So I was really happy that I was able to get the break back in both sets right away and then stay out in front and serve pretty well to close out both of the sets.
And talk about the team vibe within Team USA. How has the experience been here at the United Cup, and how fun has it been hanging out with Team USA?
It's always great. I've known all of these friends for a very long time, so it's so great to get to compete together in a format that we've never gotten to compete together in. And so far, so good. We're started off to a strong start, so excited to cheer on Francis and Jessica tomorrow.
Okay, well, congratulations. A great day for Team USA. Well done, and go and enjoy their afternoon.
Anything for my fan.
Well, I think it'd be hard not to enjoy the afternoon, considering what a great start they've got off to this afternoon on this opening day of the United Cup. And he's once again showing why she is so dangerous down under.
Well, the fast courts, I mean, it's hard to even compete with that sort of pace when you haven't got the court speed with you, and Boskova just couldn't quite handle it today. Keys' forehand in particular was just outrageous start to finish, but the first serve was really what got her over the line, in particular closing out the match. 2 holes to love, as we said before. Only a couple of double faults, 11 forehand winners all round. Just a very solid performance, and one that she'll be looking to build on as this week goes on, because you kind of think that was a pretty safe performance in a lot of ways from her, and as she gets a bit more confidence, who knows, I feel like she's going to be one of the most dangerous players across the board this Aussie summer swing.
Yeah, so that's how she opens up, and there is plenty more to come from Madison Keys, which in the end another convincing victory over Marie Boskova, backing up the win in Brisbane on another fast court a couple of years ago. So just to confirm what you've seen this afternoon here at the Ken Rosewall Arena, again very convincing from Taylor Fritz against Yuri Ledechka. That was always certainly Fritz the favourite to win this one, to win that one. He did it in straights, and Madison Keys following up in great style. So Americans lead this 5-match tie by 2 matches to love. Still all to play for tomorrow in this unique format played over a couple of days. Tonight it will be the turn of Group D, where Australia take on Great Britain, and an excellent opening men's singles. Alex de Minaur, the number 1s, going against Cam Norrie, became a top 10 player last year. And then the women will go off Zoe Hives, who we haven't seen for a while, up against a fast improving Katie Swan. So 2 matches tonight for you, and they are not before 7 o'clock this evening. So, Laura, thanks very much for your company. I think Casey's already dashed off, but I think you've got a flavour of what the United Cup is going to bring you over, certainly this week and next, when we head into the city finals and the semis and the finals. Hope very much you've enjoyed everything you've seen so far. Plenty more to come this evening when Australia take on Great Britain. So thanks very much for your company, and we will see you a little later on.
Questions is too loud. You can bring that down by 10, I reckon. 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, 1, 2. That's 10. 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So if I'm here, yeah, I can hear that. So I reckon that's good. Check, check, check. And then answers 2, 2, 2. That makes sense. Yeah. Happy days. They were definitely here though, but it was definitely only the questions in them and not the answers. Because and I was out here for one of them. You could not hear the questions, so the players 3 meters away, and with all the people in the stadium, I don't know what you asked me. Yeah, sure. Yeah. Absolutely. Yeah. Yeah. So that's there, and there's the Hawkeye going to it and the umpire. Yeah, that makes sense. That's all we need. Yeah. Sweet. All right, I'll pack it up. Thanks, Luke.
fuck is wrong with you lot? Net, net, net. Net, net, net. Net, net, net. I'll jump up onto the umpire.
side, pull this. What? These fellas. That's tight now. But we can do the other side. Oh, I see.
This is the Sydney main arena. Program sound. Left channel. Right channel. This is the Sydney main arena. Program sound. Left channel. Right channel. This is the Sydney main arena. Program sound. Left channel. Right channel. This is the Sydney main arena. Program sound. Left channel. Right channel. This is the Sydney main arena. Program sound. Left channel. Right channel. This is the Sydney main arena. Program sound. Left channel. Right channel. This is the Sydney main arena. Program sound. Left channel. Right channel. This is the Sydney main arena. Program sound. Left channel. Right channel.
Well, it's a hello and good evening from day one of the United Cup in Sydney. Some of the sights of the most beautiful harbour town city in Australia. We've got plenty of crowds coming into Sydney Olympic Park tonight for this match between Australia and Great Britain. Alex de Minaur, now the #1 player for Australia, in the gym, warming up as he will take on Cam Norrie alongside of me, Todd Woodbridge, in the commentary box. For this one, it's a very warm welcome to Jim Courier.
Hello, Todd. Good to be alongside you. There's a look at Team Great Britain's captain, Tim Hemmen, in the center. Their players eagerly awaiting the contest this evening. We'll get started with Norrie de Minaur. The ladies to follow.
Well, why don't we take a look at those lineups, Jim? First up on Ken Rosewall Arena, now covered with a roof. Fortunate, because tonight we may have an odd shower or two. Won't matter for us. And there is Alex de Minaur, currently ranked 24 in the world, taking on Cameron Norrie of Great Britain, who is ranked 14. And then it's Zoe Hives representing Australia. A lot of our viewers out there will not be all that familiar with Zoe. She's in the Australian team off the back of a protected ranking and a good run just over 12 months ago. And she'll take on Katie Swan. That match to immediately follow. They're in Group D of this event, Jim. And of course, this new United Cup, we should give everybody a bit of a chat about how it's all going to work. Here is Group D: Spain, Australia and Great Britain. Of course, Spain led by Paula Badosa and Rafael Nadal. But we have 18 teams that are playing in 6 groups around Australia. We're in Sydney. Matches also underway today in Perth and Brisbane. And the winner of those groups will automatically be back here in Sydney to play the semi-finals in just over a week's time. But a lot of tennis to be played in between then.
It's quite exciting, isn't it? This first time competition where the men and women unite and will play for their country. They'll play for valuable ranking points and a whole heap load of cash to get their year started. Cam Norrie on the bike. He is one of the fitter players on tour as far as lung capacity. No problem for him being on the bike and staying there for a good long period of time. He is a tough customer. And Alex de Minaur is going to have to play awfully well right out of the blocks. But Alex has done so in team competition for Australia in recent times so well.
Yeah, he's an absolute gun. He plays potentially almost above his weekly level when he comes out to represent Australia. And this match, of course, has created a lot of interest. It's the first day of the, well, it's not the new year yet. We've still got that to come. But it is the first day of the season. And there's plenty of excitement about it. Now, the other part to this is we've had teams events in the past. When we've had a mixed event, we've only had a #1 man and a #1 women's singles and then a mix. We have 5 matches to contend with here. We have a #1 and #2 singles and then a mix to follow. And the mixed will be played throughout the group stages because it could come down to win-loss ratios to who gets through in those winning groups.
Team, that's right. We have the 3 groups of 6, 18 teams in total. There will be 3 outright qualifiers for the semifinals.
And then
one from Perth, one from Sydney, one from Brisbane, and then the team who loses in the finals, who has the best record in aggregate, will get that valuable 4th spot, and potentially, if they're in Brisbane or Perth, they'll use that travel day next week to get over here. If they're already in Sydney, just tuck right in, have a nice casual day. But it's exciting. It's what tennis does best amongst all the big sports in the world. Bring the top men and women together and have them play on the same surface in the same venues and now on the same teams. It's something special, something new, and something fun for us to sink our teeth into.
Well, I think it's the first time in our sport where we've had both tours actually sit down at the table together and work out a concept along with Tennis Australia to make the sport better. And I think you know, that's a valuable change, particularly in these times. Well, of course, we've got 2 individual events in the Davis Cup and the Billie Jean King Cup where the players get to represent their country, but they don't get it together. And this is the unique part about the aptly named United Cup.
That's right. How about Australia's performance in the King Cup and the Davis Cup in 2022?
Well, you know, off the back of our other results individually, it was one of our best years in about 40 years in the world of tennis. You know, we had a Grand Slam singles winner in Ash Barty. We had 2 pairs win men's doubles. We had a mixed doubles champion as well. And then when you put the teams in 2 runners-up, exceptional year for tennis.
Very strong, absolutely strong. So there's Team Great Britain backstage, getting ready to come out. We will have national anthems. There's, of course, all kinds of pageantry around these types of events when players are representing country. And there'll be a fair bit of support in the stands for the green and gold this evening, I would think.
Well, I'd hope so. It's a magnificent stadium, as I mentioned in the opener there. The roof now over Ken Rosewall Arena, so it's become a multi-purpose sports venue. Netball is played here throughout the year when the tennis isn't on. We use for concerts as well, and it just made a real difference. In fact, delivered a brilliant atmosphere here, because it just gives you that intensity of when the crowd goes off, and a real roar and a buzz and electricity, and there's all of that starting to filter into this stadium as we wait for the teams to come out onto court. They'll be with us momentarily, and the fans are eager to get this session underway as we are here in the commentary booth.
Please give a warm welcome to our first team, representing Great Britain, Captain Jim Henman, Ella McDonald, Johnny O'Mara, Rana Stoiber, Jan Chomsky, Katie Swan, Daniel Evans, Harriet Dart, and Cameron Norrie. Give it up for Team Great Britain! And their opponents for today's session, representing Australia, Captain Leighton Hewitt and Samantha Stoza, Madison Inglis, John Pearce, Zoe Hines, Jason Hubler, Aya Tomjanovic, and Alex DiManor. Give it up for Australia! Now, if you are able, please be upstanding for the national anthems of Great Britain and Australia.
Well, the national anthems have been played. And this is something that we don't normally see a huge amount of, perhaps in Davis Cup and the Gene King Cup exchange of pennants, but this time it's just a friendly handshake and away we go and do battle. We have the team benches and we have the opportunity here, Jim, to really listen in to the conversations between the player, the benches. In fact, the captain allowed out onto court to the playing surface throughout the match, as long as it doesn't disrupt the time between the points and play. We'll see how that works out. It's a new rule, one that you could say is developing.
There's always some innovations that come around. Tennis Australia on the forefront of that. Typically in the team zones, there are monitors that the players can and their captains can utilize. They can review the plays. They can scroll back through specific points if they want to. Basically, they have the video command right in front of them. They can see what's going on at the other sites. There's a lot of information. There's another tablet that has statistics that they can utilize as well for all types of strategic initiatives, changes. Use the visuals to educate the players on why they might need to make a change. Sometimes players, you can tell them things, but when they see them, it brings it to life for them. And Alex de Minaur bringing the crowd to life as he comes out to the net.
He just brings an incredible energy every time he walks out on the court, and he needs to do that. A lot of people think he's small. I don't think he's small. He's 6 foot. He's still taller than I am. But his game is a little old-fashioned. It's a little flat, and he has to work hard physically.
Hello, Cameron. Our guest for tonight. We'll have 2 photos after, so one with him and one without. Just normal stuff, you know about it. Quick reminder, we have net device. It's a live hook eye, so all the line will be called by the machine, including the footfall. It's TV changeover. Shot clock, there is one in the far here, one there, and the 2 in the stand on the front of me. Any questions? Cameron, this is head and this is tails. Heads, please. Tails, Alex. You receive. Photo, please.
So the coin toss is done. Alex de Minaur wins the toss and interestingly elects to receive. Was talking about the physicality that he brings to the match. Jim Cam Norrie, another one of those that brings an enormous amount of physicality. This will be a grinding tennis match, I suspect.
Yeah, Cam Norrie, a player who has what's referred to within the sport as tremendous shot tolerance. He can stay in rallies for as long as you like. He is not afraid to grind out there. He's a bit of a different player. He's a bit more of a massage artist, isn't he, Todd? He's not an overpowering player, Cam Norrie. He's a very consistent and persistent player, and his backhand is very difficult to attack. It's among the flattest shots in all of men's tennis. So it's certainly going to be, I think, a pretty nice physical encounter with good long rallies. We'll be able to enjoy them as they develop. We'll have Wally Masur courtside, giving his expert analysis as well. I'm not sure if Wally's ready to jump in, but if you are, Wally, what's going on?
I'm hearing, yeah, I couldn't agree more. I think we're looking at a very entertaining match because neither player will be able to blow the other one off the court, and it'll be a game of physical chess, I think.
Look at Cam Norrie's player bio. He's quite an international one, born in Joburg. Spent a lot of time in his early years in New Zealand before going back to Great Britain to represent them, but also played collegiate tennis in the United States. His coach, Facundo Lagonas, was a teammate of his, a few years older than him in college, so he is an international player, but representing Great Britain. Minaur also has a nice international flavor to his resume, Todd.
Yeah, he certainly does. Yeah. He was born in Sydney. His father from Uruguay, his mother from Spain. And around 8, 9, 10 years of age, went back to Spain. He was already a talented tennis player. We knew that as we take a look at his bio. 23 years of age at the moment, currently ranked 24. I know you're going to talk about his win-loss record a little later, but went back to Spain. In fact, I did quite a bit of persuading him when he was 12 years of age to come back to Australia. The family were in a little bit of a limbo about staying in Spain, and they ran a restaurant here in Sydney around the rocks. And they decided, yes, come back here. He then developed all his tennis right here at Sydney Olympic Park for 5 or 6 years before he was started to break into the junior Grand Slam ranks. And because it is so difficult as an Australian to base yourself out of here, he's got a base in Alicante in Spain, so it's much easier for him to get to there and take some weeks off, and that's where you see him do a lot of his training and a lot of running. He's got a dog back there. He's got a green Mini. That's his car. He has this little baby Mini, and it's a vintage car, and it is really sweet. And you see, if you ever get to Alicante and you see him driving, that's Alex de Minaur.
Oh, very cool. I like the video that we had last year of him with Enzo, his dog, doing the training in the off season.
Enzo gave up after a while. He couldn't keep up.
Alex doesn't.
So yes, he brings a lot of international flavour, but does he enjoy playing for Australia? I don't know. I've been around Leighton Hewitt all my career, who's probably the only other player I've seen who just oozes everything about that mentality of playing for your country, playing for green and gold, the national colours. And these sort of events he just loves. And what he does incredibly well, Alex, is what he does with the rest of the team on the bench and how he feeds them when he's not actually playing. Tim Henman, the captain for GB.
Tim Henman, obviously a terrific tennis player, a big figure at the All England Club, and has been the captain in past years at the ATP Cup here in Sydney for Team Great Britain, so has a little bit of experience. But this will be a little bit new for him as well because it's the mixed event. So you mentioned that he's spent some time prior to flying down here. They got all the team together in London. They were training indoors there, so he got to spend a little bit more time with the women on his team and get to know them better. So that will probably be very vital for him. Unlike Australia, he's the only captain. There's Sam Stosur. There are 2 captains for Team Australia, 2 co-captains.
Which you're able to do, and how good is the quality of captainship for Australia? Grand Slam champions, the both of them.
Sam's still playing, right? She's
she's retired from singles, remember, at the Australian Open earlier this year still. And I think she's got one more round of doubles to go, and then she's transitioning into a bit more of working with players, I suspect. But
great. Well, we've done our work. We've set it up. Let's sit back and enjoy this encounter here. The first match of the tie between Great Britain and Australia. Cam Norrie is going to lead off. It is time to play ball. We're glad you are with us.
Play. Low. Very low.
That's the type of ballet we're going to see a lot of. And one of the things that we have seen over the past 12 months or so from Alex de Minaur, Jim, is he really tries to be aggressive early on. He feels that he has to step up the pace, goes for his shots. And he's almost trying to work on getting shape, we call it, extra height on the ball so he can be more aggressive throughout his play. Nicely done, and that's part of him trying to step up a level, go from 24 to inside of the world's top 15 consistently.
Well, when we talk about getting shape on the ball, height over the net, you need more topspin to bring the ball down if you want to play aggressively and get some speed on that ball as well. It has to dip.
It's an opening hold of serve for Norrie and Great Britain. As the players change hands, Wally, I'm going to come down to you for a moment because you've been watching a bit of the practice around here. You're Sydney born and bred and still live here, and the court surfaces and the scenario with the balls, because we're going to see a lot of long rallies and how the pace of things may be.
Yeah, well, I guess we spoke about it in that earlier match with Taylor Fritz, Jim. The balls come out pretty hot out of the can. We've had a 5-minute warm-up. These guys will have extended rallies, and the balls will go from quick and lively to fairly heavy, and they'll do that in a matter of games. So as you get to the tail end of 7 games and then 9 games on the second ball change, you've got to start to work hard to try to penetrate through the court. But gee, just interesting watching Cam Norrie's backhand there. I can just about read the brand of the ball as it goes through the air. Just marginal spin, yet so consistent, just shaving the net. Incredible shot.
Well, our first look at the de Minaur serve.
White, please.
And there's the power of the de Minaur serve. 203, he's broken the net. He gets pretty front on pretty early with his serve, Alex. But and as you said, Todd, there's not a lot of him. But you know that first serve was 203, caught the tape. But he's found a way to generate pace.
Going back to something Wally just mentioned about how flat the ball comes off of the racket of Cam Norrie's two-handed backhand is a huge difference between the amount of spin that he puts on his forehand. The forehand is very spinny at times, which means the ball sits up and is much easier to attack compared to his backhand. Like that. So if you're de Minaur tactically today, you need to go at the backhand at times, but you have to be extremely patient when you hit it to the backhand, because it's going to be down at your waist level or probably lower and hard to attack. If you want to finish points, you need to hit the ball to the Norrie forehand and then look to finish on the shot coming off of that side, because that one's the one that's going to sit up around shoulder height, the one that you can attack both on the forehand and the backhand wing if you're Alex.
Net. Second service.
Takes real discipline to beat Cam Norrie, because he is exceptionally disciplined himself.
Come on. 30-15.
Good stuff from Demonor. And that is how a lot of the points are going to need to be finished, because it's very hard, as you've talked about, Jim, to get it past either of these two on the baseline, and you have to finish well at net. And he's very sound with his volleys and the overhead, Demonor. It's a part that he's consistently worked on, being aggressive in transition. So an opening hold for both players.
One game on.
Here we go, make it tough for him here, mate.
Look at Alex Demonor's year in 2022. Remember, in 2021, he had COVID. He nearly doubled the win output in the same amount of tournaments played in 2022. His ranking climbing up 10 spots. That's a big jump from 34 to 24. Can he make that jump this year, another 10 spots higher? I think he can.
Some quality early on in this match. Patience is required. Goes back with the little flick cross court here, forcing that error eventually. I agree with you, Jim, on he can go 10 spots high. I think it comes down to, though, having to do it in the slams, in the major championships, as Norrie did last year by reaching the Wimbledon semi-final. He's been in a quarter of the US Open, Alex, but it's those next couple of wins in the big ones that make the difference in your ranking.
He was not far away this year at either Wimbledon or the US Open. Demonor, 2 matches that hurt him.
At Wimbledon against Christian Garant to play Nick Kyrgios in the quarters.
Love 13.
Here you go, don't let up, mate. Go at him again. Come on. Here we go, too tough, mate.
The first chance here.
Leighton Hewitt asking Demonor to, quote, make it tough in this game on Norrie. Grind it out, and that's exactly what Alex has done in the first couple of points. And he's extracted some errors and an opportunity here at love 30. That's out. And here come 3 break points.
And a good effort from Norrie, because it was a good solid return of serve from Demonor. He was
15-14.
pushed into an offensive position, Norrie, and got a good strike straight back to keep himself in that point.
Some quality tennis on display here. Norrie not backing down from the breakpoint challenge. Going guns blazing here on the forehand. And knocking off this overhead. Good footwork to get around it into the doubles alley before he puts it away.
Interesting on the ball toss, though. A couple of pat rafters with the sorry mates as he's had to catch 2 in a row there.
And how is that allowed? That's a weird rule, isn't it? Should leave the hand and be in play.
He would have had trouble serving those last 2 that he had to catch, Wally, because they went sort of nose high.
But I always find it amazing that you get to do it over in tennis. Throw it wherever you like and keep trying till you get it right.
Excellent tennis. Did a good job here, Norrie, but just keeping it below the net. It wasn't a bad volley, but see how quickly he was up onto the short one, and Dimnor trying to keep that one over the backhand side. Might have been better to play it lengthwise across the court. Norrie was still close, but a great hustle. And a great comeback for Team Great Britain from up 40. It's a hold of serve, and it is on serve. 2-1 in this opening set.
Team Great Britain leads 2 games to 1.
Great work, Noz. Yeah. Humid, but pretty heavy. If you're going to miss your first serve, miss it long. You just missed a couple in the net, that's all. Keep hitting up on it, but great game. Relentless, Noz, that's you, that's your game.
Often tough conditions here in Sydney. It's often very humid. It doesn't get as hot as it does, for instance, in Melbourne during the Australian Open, but the humidity and heat are the killer, a lot like they are, Jim, at the US Open.
Sure. And what Henman was referring to miss the serve long. If the air is humid, as the balls pick up the moisture, they get heavier, and it's harder to get them over the net. So good tactical advice from Tim. Leighton weighing in as well. Good start. 15 minutes for the first 3 games of high-level tennis. Withstands the charge from De Minaur. Now it's Alex's turn to go out there and try and grind his way to a hold.
Well, if you're just joining us, welcome to the 2023 United Cup. It is night 1 of the new championship. Australia taking on Great Britain earlier today out here on Ken Rosewall Arena. It was Team America defeating the Czechs. Going ahead 2-love. Still more of that tie to be played tomorrow.
Thank you. Please take your seats quickly. Thank you.
just to reiterate for those of you
Love 15.
that are tuning in. Today it is our men's #1 and women's #2 in play. Then tomorrow evening, Australia will have men's #2 and women's #1 in action in singles. And that will be followed by a mixed doubles. So it's a best-of-5 match tie in each group stage.
Love 13.
This is quite a run of points for Cam Norrie now. Love 40 down. That previous game, 7 on the trot.
de Minaur's been going big on the first serve, but not making many thus far. And he's put himself in a hole with a couple of unforced errors. Now it's Norrie's turn to have 3 break points.
It's interesting because he's not giving up any of baseline, is he? He's almost half volley. He doesn't want to give any space away, but it's cost a couple of errors at this point. Norrie's opportunity. First break point of his evening.
Couple of good first serves provides an opportunity for de Minaur to get back to 30-40. Still a break point to go. He's so good at hunting for that forehand on the next shot after the serve, and that one sits up high right in the strike zone. Goodbye.
There's the break.
It was deliberate almost, just the Cam Norrie just almost flipping that ball up a little bit higher on the forehand in that game. And Todd, I kind of agree with you that Alex does come out with some preconceived ideas to play very aggressively, and I think there's been some points in this match where he hasn't played the ball with the value that is required. He's sort of tried to be a little bit overly aggressive and hold his ground to the baseline. Just really needs to dig in here. It's going to be a bit of a scrap.
Net for service.
Enforced error count climbing at the moment for de Minaur. Again, just pressing a bit too much there, as Wale is suggesting. Not reading the play quite the way he might want to right now. It's good to be offensive, but you have to pick the right time to be offensive, not all the time. improved shots that I've noted in the last year and a half. Cam Norrie's forehand. It used to really be ineffective, and he's gotten more confident swinging out at it, and it's becoming more and more of a weapon for him. And de Minaur feeling the force of it in that last point.
I think Alex is actually struggling with the contrast between the spin of the forehand, and every now and then he really shapes one quite high, Norrie, and then just that shovel backhand, that was below knee height. So Alex is trying to step in, hold the baseline and dominate, but he's getting a lot of different looks. His rhythm is not there at present.
And is a way to secure the break. Consolidates for 4-1. Great Britain in front in the opening set.
Team Great Britain leads 4 games to 1.
The shape on the forehand is brilliant. And you're giving it that height and going deep, there's nothing he can do. Brilliant, come on. Just keep hitting up on your serve. First serve, the only time you miss is in the net. It's brilliant. Come on. On him.
Taking a look at the topspin rates on the forehand. So dramatically higher than the backhand, which is virtually a knuckleball. So Norrie, as Wally suggested, really varying it, making it very difficult for de Minaur thus far, and Tim Henman is loving it.
And again, come on. Just on him. Great work, Nos.
Just sitting courtside watching the Norrie second serve doesn't have a lot on it. I'm wondering if that's the one shot that Demon can actually step up and be a bit more aggressive on.
Norrie, a left-hander. There's another great left-hander on screen at the moment, Tony Roach. Done a lot of work with Demon.
He's talking to Leighton Hewitt, is Roachy. I think suggesting that maybe it's time to stay on the Norrie backhand a little bit. The one thing about Norrie's backhand, it's very difficult to attack, but he also doesn't hit many winners off of it.
Well, all three of us in commentary tonight, right-handers, and we'll all probably admit that it's difficult at times in being aggressive on a second serve against a left-hander. Some players just don't like that type of matchup. In his career, though, Alex de Minaur, 33 wins to 17 losses against left-handers, which is pretty good.
Net for service.
Always helps to be able to practice a lot against left-hander, so I didn't mind it. All I did was return left-handed serve for the majority of my career in warm-ups against Mark Woodford.
Put it up.
Good day, man.
A much better service game for the Australian.
serving, mate.
Team time plates, 4 games to 2.
So, Wally, you talked about the Bulls. This is that last chance where they're going to be that little slower to potentially attack for de Minaur.
Leighton just urging Demon to go after him. He wants him to stay aggressive, dictate play.
Long.
Next point, Lodge.
Ball. 59.
Just the first double fault from either player. It's a bad miss at that particular score. Now, I want to ask you, Jim, what do you make of the ball toss like that? What's causing that for him? It's a little unusual, this level.
Yeah, he's one of the few players that has that trouble with the toss, but it's been something that's been around him now for a while. Maybe the way that he grips the ball. Doesn't come out of his hand pure. And sometimes it slips off to the side, and it's just out of his comfort zone to hit it. Here's a good look at that toss. It's a fairly quick, you know, it's not a smooth motion when he gets the ball up in the air, but it's once he gets it in the right spot, pretty good little swing and serve. Sometimes players put it too much in their fingers, less in their palms, easier to control from the palm.
Doesn't make a mistake on the short forehand that time, de Minaur. And it delivers him another break point. Remembering the last time he was at this end, he had love 40. I beg your pardon. I'd like to think it was break point. It's the other way around.
Net for service.
Good aggressive play from Murray.
Just watching that game. Oh, sorry, Todd. I was just going to say, just watching that game unfold. One more shot, just create a bit more space before he goes for the winner for de Minaur.
Okay, Wally, courtside. One of the things from our position in the commentary box, we don't see the speed as well as you do, because when you get down low, they hit the daylights out of the ball. But what are they doing, particularly Demon tonight? Because as I said at the beginning, he was striking. He likes to come out with speed, but is he able to deliver that here?
But if you look at that last game,
Great work, though.
And we've got Tim talking to his player there. Alex missed a backhand by a centimetre, clipped the tape with a forehand. I just don't think he's creating quite enough space. He's not quite earning the right to deliver the knockout blow. I think he just needs to be a little bit more patient and just work the court, work the extremities of the court, and just create a bit more room to give yourself a visual so that when you go for the error, it doesn't have to, the winner, it doesn't have to be with passing shot precision. Bit of patience is required, I think, from Demon.
Time.
Well, we've got a fantastic crowd in this opening night of the United Cup for 2023. They're here to support their home team, Australia, and the #1 player, Alex de Minaur. But he's in a bit of trouble here in the opening set. He's serving at 2-5 to stay in it. New balls, we'll see things zip through the court a little quicker here. Potential of more 3 points off that first serve.
Very low.
Three quick points. Easier with the new ball to dispatch the forehand for de Minaur, and a quick game. And now the pressure on Norrie to see if he can serve this first set.
5 games to 3.
Norrie's not made a whole lot of first serves, under 50%, but he's been able to win a lot of second serve points when he's needed to. Just been a little bit more consistent, fewer unforced errors than his Australian opponent. But all it takes is one game to flip it around. This set could have been very different had de Minaur converted one of 3 break points he had at 1 game apiece. And now it's Norrie's turn to try and close the door on the set.
What a clever volley. He was in all sorts of trouble, the high backhand volley, but he just plays that perfectly. We'll see it here. This is the final point, but he just bought time. He just bought himself some time to get back in the point. Clever shot.
Very low.
Yeah, it's a very good service game here from Norrie. Aggressive, but patient, as Wally said, kept himself in the first point and then has been the one to dictate, and it's given him 3 set points. Finishes it off at net, holds to love, and Great Britain take the opening set.
6 games to 3.
6 games to 3 in 38 minutes.
Brilliant. Great spot. Great. Great work, Nos. Discipline, execution. Go in that shape to the backhand deep. And then when you like, you rip it up the line. It's great.
So he's impressed his captain, Tim Henman, has Cam Norrie. As we take a look at some of the highlights of that first set, Jim.
It's one of those sets that really hinged early, didn't it? It was all looking pretty good early in the set for Team Australia. De Minaur with the love 40 chance to break, and Norrie buckled down. And then he wrestled control of the set at that juncture. Held serve from love 40, broke immediately, and ran forward headlong from there. And De Minaur didn't play a bad set, just had a little minor patch where it didn't work out for him. A couple of choices I'm sure he'd love to change. There was a clever volley that had a little more air underneath it that Wally referred to that got De Minaur back into that point, which he finished off as he fought hard to close out the opening set. It's one of those sets that doesn't look that impressive when you look at statistics. But if you watch the set like we did, there was a lot of discipline, a lot of rally tolerance, and a lot of precision coming off of the racket of Cameron Norrie that you don't see here necessarily. 8 of 9 set net points, that was very good. 5 unforced errors against 5 winners. That doesn't really impress, but you don't see all the quality shots that he used to win that set on this stat page.
Couldn't agree more, Jim. It wasn't that impressive when you those moments of brilliance or inspiration from Cam Norrie, but it was so clever, and his great skill might be that he just never overplays. He just seems to play every ball for what it's worth and makes good decisions. You've just got to beat him. You've got to be that good.
Well, as we start the second set, it'll be Alex De Minaur to serve, and a comeback required from Team Australia. GB having taken that opener 6 games to 3.
So Tim Henman's been saying keep that up, flip it up high, and once again Alex not willing to give away any space. Does he have to retreat, play a little more defensively, hit that ball as it's dropping, just extend some of these rallies? It's not what he wants to do, but does he have to?
59.
Out.
30-15.
smart body serve. Jamming Norrie on that forehand side.
You go in again, mate.
That's effectively a volley for the returner when you choose that option. A lot more distance to travel with the shot. Couldn't judge it that time.
Able to take advantage once again of the shorter forehand.
First game, second set.
Much easier for de Minaur when that floating ball, the spinnier high one, gets to the forehand. It's off the back end and he struggles that little bit. We're going to take a look at it here. Norrie standing back to try to give it flight, but he drops the first one short. Still almost takes that on the half volley, didn't he?
Yeah, that's a risky maneuver. Well executed, but not high percentage from de Minaur. It's a shot Hinman's been encouraging repeatedly Norrie to continue to utilize that high spinning forehand he thinks is disruptive.
15 love.
Tell you what is shocking, really. We know lefties love the ad court serving, right? They like to use the swing and serve wide like that. De Minaur is a quality returner of serve, and he has a good record against lefties, as you pointed out. In this match tonight, he has won 1 point in the ad court, either first or second serve, against Cam Norrie. The only time he won the point was the game he got to love 40. Other than that, Norrie's pitching a perfect game in the ad court. A one-hitter, if you will.
40 love.
And that would, I think, make you want to adjust a little bit.
That was always going to happen. He gets two from that side, but that, you're right. The thing about adjusting, though, against the left-hander serves, if you go back, then that swinging serve becomes an issue. And then you start having to chase the ball that little bit more, and it opens up the court for Norrie. But you have to give a different look, don't you? You can't keep going back to the same thing the whole time. You can see just also why these balls are in the first half of the ball change. On the forehand, de Minaur here can get more spin. He gets under the ball, he gets more height. You can see the ball dropping in, and as they get heavier, harder for him to do that. But the game secured with an ace.
That last forehand from Alex was certainly impressive, but you always get a bit nervous, don't you, when the winners are literally going through the line. You know, it's you're sort of pushing the envelope to get your winners, and as sure as day follows night, you'll make a few errors trying to do it. So that's just the line he's walking at the moment, Alex. Ultra aggressive, trying to dominate the court, dictate play. And how many errors will he make trying to do that?
Aura matters, and Cam Norrie has developed one. He has proven over the last couple of seasons that he is very difficult to hit through. You have to hit around him, and he doesn't miss much if you go big through the middle of the court. And that's what de Minaur's falling into the trap of trying to do a little too much. And I've seen a lot of players do that, Todd and Wally, where they don't realize that there's plenty of safety if you hit the ball into the Cam Norrie backhand. He's not going to beat you on that side. That's a terrific pass. You give him a target, he can hit it, but just in a rally, Norrie rarely goes for broke on the backhand side. He just hits a nice little flat ball and tries to draw mistakes from his opponents.
I think the other piece for me is we've seen Norrie try to break up the play by the high floater ball, but de Minaur has a good slice backhand, and he has not used it at all in this match yet. He's played flat and hard and one-dimensional. The only thing he's trying to do is to get in where possible, but that hasn't been often enough.
You could feel this point building. De Minaur pressing the attack button and had to do a little extra on that volley. And Norrie nearly had him beat with the cross-court pass. And Alex erupts on the back end of it as he gets to 40-30 instead of break point down.
Kind of highlights what a good job Norrie's done of keeping the crowd out of it, hasn't he? He's just kept ahead on the scoreboard.
Australia 2-1, second set with Great Britain having taken the first 6-3.
Game is 3 against 1.
Well, the United Cup is being played all around Australia, Perth, Brisbane and Sydney. We're going to take a look at one of the iconic places in Sydney. Taronga Zoo, it's located on the northern banks of Sydney Harbour, and it's got amazing views, some of the best views in Sydney, in fact, for all of the inhabitants. It looks back towards the Opera House and the Harbour Bridge. It was established in 1916 and now takes care of over 5,000 animals and 350 species. And there is that view. It's magnificent, isn't it? And for those that are wondering, Taronga is the Indigenous word for beautiful water view. Well, it's not quite full, the stadium here tonight at Ken Rosewall Arena, but it's just about full. Just a couple of top rows that are spare at the moment. Wonderful opening night crowd for the inaugural United Cup here in Sydney. Group D in action tonight. That is Australia and Great Britain. Third member of Group D is Spain.
Earlier this evening on one of the outside courts, Rafa Nadal practicing, getting ready. And Paula Badoza leading Team Spain will be tough customers.
Love 58.
The crowd not crazy about all the aborted ball toss. Toss is coming from Cam Norrie, and on this point, he actually had another bad toss and just decided to hit it anyway. I think he's getting a little bit of sheepish about it.
He doesn't want to let them in either. You mentioned his players kept the crowd quiet. You don't want to give them anything to rev things up. Window here. Opportunity at 15:30 for De Minaur.
3 out of 6 net points won for De Minaur is not a good rate of return. When the ball toss goes awry, it tends to go to Norrie's left, to the right of our view right now from camera 1. He likes it right on top over his head like that.
Good hustle, but long.
Carry on.
Got to put that down to a slightly irregular bounce, but once again, it's just in a very aggressive mindset. He almost played a neutral kind of return, got himself in the point, but then straight up on the baseline, expecting something good to happen. He might have just thought at that point, not missing was key. Retreating once again on the second serve, determined to make it. See how he approaches the rest of the rally for de Minaur. Might be a case in point there, Jim, where he kind of went around Norrie, found a part of the court, dragged his opponent off the court, and then the approach didn't have to be so spectacular. He had a bit of time and space. Not suggesting it's easy to find that part of the court where the service line meets the sideline, but if he can, make his life a lot easier.
Looks like it just shot off the line. It's only the second game of the match that's been extended to juice.
Come on, discipline, right now.
Big first serves secures the hold for Norrie. We talked a little earlier about Alex's international journey as a player. This man's got his own as well. Scottish parents who were living in South Africa when he was born. They then moved to New Zealand, and he grew up playing his junior tennis in New Zealand. Then towards the end of his junior career, moved to the UK and was able to use his family's British passport and sought the help of the LTA, and it's been a good decision by him.
Great stuff, mate. Let it play on your terms. Come on.
Well, it's pretty clear just hearing Leighton then, way to play him on your terms. That's the way Leighton wants him to play, to be aggressive, take it to him.
But Wally, isn't your terms getting the correct ball to attack? So you have to construct your point in such a way?
Yeah, I think I'd be, I'd just be a little more judicious. Just, one or two more shots in the rally, just create a bit more space. Easier said than done, of course, against a player like Norrie.
Question for you guys. You both know Alex better than I do. I've watched him far more than I have. For me, he's one of the quickest guys on tour. Right? His speed especially the 2 or 3 steps is, I would say, nearly as good as anyone's out there. He can cover the court, so defense is very much an option for him. But why does he choose to try and play more offense and maybe not utilize his defensive skills that are available to him?
To me, it's you're absolutely right. I mean, he's one of the quickest players to the ball, but the way that he can recover and get back, to recover from the ball is absolutely outstanding. But it's kind of a mindset, and quite often he does come out early in the match with that mindset to be ultra aggressive, but then he just kind of settles into the rhythm of the match and plays the ball for what it's worth. But tonight, for whatever reason, like the back end of the previous point, it was another half volley, and there's an element of risk to half volleys, but he's played a lot of those off the backhand wing, and it's just this aggressive mindset. Once again, is it a big picture thing? Is he working towards something in 2023, a game style?
Well, not giving up space there. Then he dropped that one short. And
30-40.
Forehand winner brings up break point. I agree with Wally. I think it's a big picture where in his mindset and the stubbornness is, I have to play every match this way if I want to beat the big guys in the game. I have to get my game equally as big to match the likes of whether it be Rafa or Novak's. Anyway, he feels he can beat them. Excellent tennis from Cam Norrie. And Great Britain in front 6-3 and 3-2.
All day. All day. All day. Come on. Come on.
Well, what an excellent break point that was. Really using the forehand, power through the centre and flat, and then spin and speed to drag de Minaur out of court to secure the break.
It was just excellent tennis from Cam Norrie, showcasing his discipline, his ability to withstand a barrage, and then utilize that extra spin on the forehand to get Alex de Minaur back off of the baseline, and then utilize the angle here to finish him off.
But not trying to hit a winner there, is he? He's not trying to hit a winner. He's actually just trying to create space, but it was good enough to draw the error. And that's, I guess, what we're talking about with Alex, just a bit more patience with his play, trying to find that part of the court. Tim Henman is just loving what he's seeing from Cam Norrie here. Tim can absolutely relate.
Well, big opening night of the United Cup, and it's been a big performance to date from Cam Norrie. The only time he's played Australia's Alex de Minaur was earlier in the 2022 season on clay in Barcelona, and eventually there Alex de Minaur wore him down. This point of the match is going to have to come up with something different, and it's going to have to become physical, it would seem, for de Minaur to win this one. He's going to have to grind and change the mindset that we've been talking so much about in the previous couple of games. If he can do it, de Minaur has got plenty of supporters behind him here in Ken Rosewall Arena. Norrie serving with the break, 3-2, and a set to go with it.
Love 15.
That is just incredible. What a pickup. Love 15 as well. The risk of going down love 30 never seemed to cross his mind. That would frustrate Hewitt because he knows Norrie typically plays percentages, and that was a low percentage play that paid off for Great Britain.
30-15.
Good idea here for Alex to take a walk to the towel box and just try and slow things down for a second and adjust the rhythms within this game and try and get back involved. like that sequence, Wally?
Well, I was just going to say, just a couple of sleepier forehands. He didn't come out of his shoes. He just rolled the ball cross court, created a bit of space. And that's something we haven't seen so much either. Coming in, there's that ball, creates a bit of space, enables him to go down the line, and then he's in, coming in on his own terms, and he does volley so nicely. Didn't seem like a frenzy there for Dimino. Didn't seem like he was like a whirling dervish. It seemed measured.
Surprising for me there, it was actually Cam Norrie that set the slice backhand point in play, and that is the first slice backhand that we have seen in a rally from Australia's Alex de Minaur, and surprise, surprise, he actually wins the point.
But once again, a much more measured rally from Alex, just not overplaying. You don't have to win every point. Your opponent might give you one or two.
He's got break point. Beautifully played under pressure from Cam Norrie.
That was a masterpiece from Norrie on break point. Every single shot was perfectly placed. Look at that volley, so precise, and then the overhead stuffed away. Never gave de Minaur a chance to get in control of that break point.
There's the one that he presses too hard on. There's absolutely no margin for error there with how flat he takes that ball through the line.
Once again, a couple of sleepy shots from Alex at the start of this rally, and then he stung him with pace. Sets up the drive volley. Just a question of not being on the red line all the time for de Minaur. He can pick and choose.
Wildcat does manage to consolidate the break after surviving break point. Cam Norrie getting close now for Great Britain here in this opening match of this tie. 4-2.
Not done yet, but following this one, Katie Swan will take the court for Tim Hemans, Great Britain, and Zoe Hives will step forward for the green and gold. Held Norrie long enough to force Norrie to pick a side. And Norrie protected the backhand. de Minaur went there anyway. And what a shot from Cam.
And with the majority of his passing shots, he's made either de Minaur come up with a very difficult volley or almost make an unplayable volley. Yeah, de Minaur hasn't had many easy things to put away at net at all. Better, that one higher above the net, which allowed de Minaur the opportunity to get it away. A lot of these he's been able to dip them down below net height. This one he hits a lot harder, which was an easier put away. Well, that left-handed high floater up to the backhand has really given de Minaur a lot of trouble this evening. An uncertainty of really which shot to play off it. Back against the wall.
Yeah, once again, it's virtually 2 half volleys on the backhand side for Alex. Tough to get a good piece of it, and Norrie was in the driver's seat with the forehand. That's pretty telling, isn't it? 0 from 4
here, Nods, come on.
For Alex. Cam at 50% on break points.
Well saved, but it just continues to feel like de Minaur has to play so close to the edge. While Norrie seems like he's playing a much safer brand of tennis, but having plenty of chances to be offensive as well. Another break point here on the line.
Dan Evans, we saw him picture there, the #2 player for Great Britain. He'll be in action tomorrow against Jason Kubler. There he is. He loves a stash. Not a stash, but
he loves a stoush.
That's the one. Thank you, Wally. You knew what I was trying to say.
He loves getting amongst it.
He sure
Dan?
does. Lucky I've got our wordsmith courtside with us this evening.
I knew where you were going.
Accused Dan of something completely different, but we do know one thing in this match here is that De Minaur will not go away without a deep and hard fight, and he's showing us that here.
And he's hitting that deep, high, and heavy forehand into the Norrie backhand corner. The safer forehand, he's getting a lot of bang for his buck. Looks like he's winning almost every single one of those points when he incorporates that shot.
That is good, absorbing all the power that De Minaur can throw at him. And this redirects his own winner. It's Cam Norrie.
I'm going to go back to something Jim said, though. I mean, you just cannot hit through Cam Norrie in these conditions. You've got to kind of go around him. And Demon is just smashing the ball, but Cam takes one or two steps and he just arrives at the ball so balanced. His head's as still as it's absolutely still when he makes contact.
Time violation warning, team strike.
Second or two over.
Shot clock in the back corner of the screen there. He's fairly lenient, the umpire there. Gave him an extra few seconds before he started it. That's a big save. 15-40 down. De Minaur holds, but he's still in trouble here. It is 4-3 and a set to Great Britain.
Team Great Britain leads 4-3. Watch please.
Well, as Alex De Minaur sits down to ponder what he needs to do to get back into this match. This is Vivid Sydney and their magnificent pictures. It began back in 2009, a 3-week festival of light across Sydney Harbour and the surrounding areas of the harbourside suburbs. The original creators of the event was inspired to light up the Sydney Opera House after seeing London lit the same way back in 2007. And then more than 2 million people attend Vivid Sydney every year.
Alex De Minaur on track here. One thing that has been problematic for De Minaur is when he hits the backhand off of the spinning high forehand, the red ball that you're seeing on the screen, those are the ones that he's missing on average. It's much higher. That's the one that's bothering him. The low shot he's handling, he's making them. So how do you do that? You stay away from the forehand of Cam Norrie if you want to be more consistent on the backhand. The shot that Henman's been encouraging his player to utilize, that big whipping, high looping forehand, that's been doing a lot of damage through the course of this match. It's been a big difference maker. It's a shot that's far easier to handle on the forehand wing for De Minaur. Easier to swing at something shoulder height on that side, much tougher on the two-hander, especially given how flat he hits that shot to control it.
Oh, that was open. You have to make that with this current scoreline. Such a good return off a good serve, and we'll see here. He just had to roll this one cross court, and he had the winner.
And Todd, new balls. I mean, he did just have to roll it, and he did. But have a look how that thing just took off. And therein lies the adjustments that need to be made. Just ballooned up off his racket.
It's a big serving from Cam Norrie, has him just a game away from victory here on Ken Rosewall Arena.
Team Great Britain leads 5 games to 3.
Right here, Nos, come on, first point. Work him over, Nos, come on. This is it, Nos.
Next De Minaur serving to stay in the match.
Every ball. Come on. One at a time, Nos.
Pretty obvious that De Minaur is feeling the pressure of Cam Norrie here, just pressing ever so quickly and so hard in the first couple of shots of the rally. It's forced him to go for too much. It's put him in a huge amount of trouble here.
Here we go, and again here, mate, come on.
Tough opening match for De Minaur to play Norrie. He's in form. He's been playing exhibitions. Is not rusty at all. He's been razor sharp. 17 winners and only 9 unforced errors for the Brit.
for Team Australia. There's another unforced error from Demonor. And for Team Great Britain, 2 match points. One saved with a smart body serve.
Right here, Nodge, come on.
And there again, Wally, the sleepy approach shot, the one with not as much on it, just got the ball in play.
Yeah, well, he can't afford to be making any errors at this point, can he? Basically, just got to make sure Norrie wins this match. Don't give it to him.
Advantage, Team Great Britain.
That doesn't help.
Here we go, Nodge, come on.
He's just played fast tonight, Alex. It's like he's had a bus to catch. Everything's just...
Take it on, Nodge, be aggressive, come on.
His shot tolerance just hasn't quite been there against a really, really good defensive player.
Just his first double fold of the evening, though, and it brings up a 3rd match point opportunity. And there it is. It is Great Britain who get off to the perfect start. And in an hour and 31 minutes, it is Cameron Norrie who is the victor in straight sets. 6-3, 6-3 as the players and captains congratulate and thank each other. And it is Great Britain 1-love in the tie against Australia. And still to come here as Alex packs his gear up. He'll be disappointed with that one. There is no doubt about that, but there is more to come here on Ken Rosewall Arena. Zoe Hives of Australia to take on Katie Swan. That is the number 2 women's singles players in action. And what a brilliant performance from Cam Norrie. As we spoke about throughout commentary, did such a good job of absorbing all the aggressive play that Alex de Minaur threw to him. 4 aces. A little bit of trouble with the first serve toss at times, but when he got that first serve in, which was 55% of the time for the match, 81% of points were won on that. And as we talked about, did so well on that second court to de Minaur, able to tie up the Australian and keep himself pressureless throughout that match. But Jim Courier has just about made his way down, and he is ready to chat with Cameron Norrie.
All right, Cameron, congratulations on a terrific opener for Great Britain. Alex de Minaur has been brilliant for Team Australia here recently. How were you able to get over him tonight in the opening match?
Yeah, it's never easy coming out here in Australia to play Alex de Minaur. You know, he loves it, especially on this court, and he's such a great competitor, and it's a perfect match for me to start off 2023, and the atmosphere was great. Even when I was missing my ball toss a little bit, you guys were giving it to me a little bit. I love that. So, yeah, great atmosphere and really good match. Really enjoyed it.
You're no stranger to team competition for Team Great Britain, but this is unique. The United Cup, the first time you're playing on a team with the women. What's the atmosphere like, the camaraderie like with you and the women on the team as well now?
Yeah, it's honestly pretty new. You know, we just arrived, but we all know each other very well. So I'm really looking forward to kind of, you know, it's interesting. You get to play your match and then come out and watch one of the women play it out. And I'm looking forward to seeing what Katie brings. She had a great year last year in 2022, and I think it's a great event, and yeah, looking forward to it.
I want to bring in your captain, Tim Henman, because I always like to give him a hard time. I just want Tim to stand here. I want you to talk about Tim and what he brings to the team. We're listening in. He's quite vocal. What's it like to play for Tim Henman on Team Great Britain? Yeah, it's great having Tim. Obviously, he's got a lot of experience, and he's been on these situations a lot, and he can really kind of talk you through them, and he sees the match so well. So great to have him here, and I think he's really enjoying himself, and yeah, he did it a couple years ago, so hopefully I've improved, and he thinks I'm a bit better of a player than I was last time. And Tim, one question for you. Do you think you're getting paid by the word to be the captain? Because you're pretty vocal in there.
Yeah, absolutely. That's part of my contract. I'm getting paid by the word. So I think, you know, I could have done with a match going to 3 sets. I could have got a little bit more content in there. But I thought Cam was fantastic, and it's a great start for the team. Great start for Team Great Britain. One more match to go tonight. So stick around. Good luck.
Thanks,
Team Australia will be back out as well.
Well, thank you very much, Jim. For those of you that don't know Tim as well as we do, he is very dry with his humour, and we enjoy his company. A very different man to what he was on the court now that he's off it, and he's quite a bit of fun to be around, but doing a very good job there today, keeping it all positive, and that's such an important thing for Cam Norrie. So, big crowd in the house tonight, Ken Rosewall Arena, first night session of this inaugural United Cup, and a few of those fans in the stands about to get a souvenir to take home from the winner of the first match. It was interesting to hear Cam say, I hope he thinks I'm a better player than I was the last time that we were out here. Well, he certainly is, and his ranking and results have indicated that. A Wimbledon semi-finalist in 2022, also around a 16 at the US Open. So he's now a contender in the majors, and that's the difference over the last 2 years. As we take a look at the match summary, hour and 31 minutes the players were out on court. Neither player really serving at their best, both in the 50s, which is, it's a pass. I know they would both like that to be a little bit bigger. Neither of them big in the ace department necessarily in many of their matches, so 4-3 in that breakdown. But look at the unforced error count, and that's where the scoreline sits. 22 from Alex de Minaur to only 9 from his opponent in Cameron Norrie. And as we've mentioned, still more to come here tonight from Ken Rosewall Arena. And as Zoe Hives in the gym preparing. Big one for her. This is the biggest stage that she'll have played on for Team Australia. She had a big run a year or so ago at Wimbledon, where she qualified, got into the main draw. That was a big moment for her, but this will be big, representing Australia in a team event like the United Cup. There we have it. That was the shake of hands, and Cam Norrie, the victor in straight. 6-3, 6-3 over Australia's Alex de Minaur.
And please welcome, from Great Britain, it's Katie Swan. And please welcome, from Australia, Zoe Hives.
Well, welcome back to the Ken Rosewall Arena, and a very big night for Melbourne's 26-year-old Zoe Hives, alongside her, the Australian co-captain, former US Open champion Sam Stosur, who has been around the grounds today and is in very, very good spirits. I'm alongside Casey Delacqua. Casey, Sam's in good form, isn't she? She's enjoying this leadership role. I've never seen her so chatty.
No, it's a really great role for Sam to be co-captain with Leighton. As we know, Sam has been on tour for so long. She's a great ambassador for our game and has a huge legacy within the sport. So for her to be able to be out on court with Zoe tonight is wonderful and great for Zoe as well.
This is quite an occasion. There's certainly, it seems as if this evening in this session that the Ken Rosewall Arena has just completely come alive. And courtside, we've got Laura Robson. Laura, just want to check in with you before the coin toss. Yeah, we can see you down there, just behind the umpire's chair.
Just waving up at you guys.
Yep.
Making sure you know I'm here.
Yeah, we know you're here.
Ready to go.
And you're going to be telling us all about Katie Swan in a little while.
A couple of reminders. Serve clocks are supposed to be in these back corners and on the sideboard behind, all right? Electronic line calling is live. Means system calls all the lines. You can always ask for replay. Not much is going to change, but... and towel racks, names of the countries are on it, all right? In every corner. If you need anything, something's wrong, let me know. Questions? No? Katie. Tails, heads? Tails? And at the end, please stay here for the photo, you two. So tails. Tails it is. Receive? Yep, please, thank you.
Katie Swan on the right, Zoe Hives on the left in the green and gold of Australia. And tonight overseen by one of the best umpires out there on tour, Croatia's Maria Cicak. So we're all set on what has been a rather overcast day out here in Sydney's inner west, out at Homebush Bay, the Olympic Park. Still can't quite get over to how long ago the actual Olympics were played here. It's turned into quite a chilly evening, not the sort of environment you'd expect for the first day of the new season down under. And a big occasion for these two women playing the second match in Group D. And so let's introduce you to Britain's Katie Swan. She's playing the #2 singles, but actually the 6th best player from Great Britain. They've actually getting a few numbers in terms of strength and depth, half a dozen inside the world's top 150. She's made some really good moves, Casey, after having a really tough year of injuries a couple of seasons ago. But just starting to get herself back up at the rankings. She's been in the sort of 280s, 290s, and for a player of her ability, that was a top junior. Many years ago. Good to see her fulfilling her potential.
Yeah, and I think when you hit about 23 and you've had that time with injury, you really come back with a maturity about you, and I feel like it's going to be a good year for Katie Swan.
Yeah, just get the sense of that, particularly with a lot of other British women around her travelling out and so on. This will certainly help her. Got two women here who are ranked outside the world's top 100, but in many ways are much better than that. Zoe is a few years old. Don't take too much notice of the ranking in the 700. She has been inside the world's top 150. She's had a lot of illness and difficulties to deal with over the last few years, but very much sort of coming back. And as Casey, you were explaining to me earlier, she's in this team based on her protected ranking, which is a sort of about the 140, 150 mark.
Yeah, so back in 2019, she was at a career high of 142 then. got glandular fever, but took protected ranking and has entered this event, being a WTA event, off her special ranking, hence why she's in. But yeah, that ranking at the moment doesn't reflect the quality of player that Zoe Harvey is.
I think they both will be, I would hope, by this, certainly sometime next season, inside the world's top 100. I have to say, high caliber captaincy for both Great Britain.
Absolutely.
And Australia. Hewitt also co-captain as well. I think actually an event like this across 5 matches and 2 days could probably do with a couple of captains, because if you sit in that team hub for all that time, you will be exhausted. But Tim, we remember, was down here, really enjoyed his time with the ATP Cup a couple of years ago, and it's always a very popular choice for the Brits.
1 minute.
So not too late in the evening, just coming up to 9 o'clock local time, but a big occasion for these two who don't normally play on such a big arena. Laura, you know Katie well. How do you think she'll handle this situation?
Well, yeah, I was actually just going to jump in anyway, because I heard the cutest thing today. The guys on the Great Britain team were saying Katie Swan was just so pumped that Tim Henman texted her with the schedule for today, and she was going around going, guess what, Tim texted me, and they were like, yeah, that's sort of the point of the captain's role, so don't get overly excited about it, but just shows you how pumped she is to be part of the team, and she's been practicing with some really top players. She's been here since just before Christmas, actually, so she's been hitting with Maddie Keys, and actually Keys was saying Katie Swan's weight of shot was up there with her own, because she's added a lot of power to her game over the last year. She's been working really hard in the off-season, put in about 7 weeks of training, and for me, I think she's looking the fittest I've ever seen her, and she always looks fit anyway, so she's even stepped that up a notch.
Well, it's a big occasion for both women. Hives very much on the comeback trail. Missed 27 months between late 2019 and came back at the start of 2022, where she's just had to try and rebuild her ranking on the lower tours. So this is a boost for both women, who haven't had the easiest time.
For Team Australia, Zoe Susan. Ready? Play. Deal. Ball 15.
So he trains these days in Melbourne, but I saw that she was born in Ballarat, just about an hour and a half drive west of the city. And you know, the very famous, well, I think probably more famous than Zoe, who was born in Ballarat, famous sports person, Casey?
No. Let me have a guess.
Go on, have a roll.
Not Don Bradman.
No, actually, that's
15.
not a terrible guess, but yes, someone almost of that magnitude. Michelle Payne, the Melbourne Cup winner.
Yep.
First woman to win that race back in 2015. Notice that she was born in Ballarat. And it seems for Zoe, looking back at her history, by 2019 to early 20s for her, she'd won a round at the Australian Open, she'd won the doubles in Bogota with Astra Sharma, the ranking was inside 150. She was tracking to the top 100 and everything was going well until she got glandular fever. Once she got over the glandular fever, she contracted something called POTS, which I'd never heard of, which is postural orthostatic tachycardia syndrome, which is when you get up from a sitting position, your heart rate goes up. And she was literally out for over 2 years from the tennis tour.
I'm really glad that you were the one that got that out. You did very well.
Well, I have to say, we were looking at each other and we knew it wasn't great to have that, obviously, to be out for such a long time. But when you see, I don't know what any other names were, but when you see tachycardia, you know that's something to do with the heart. And I was actually reading up on it, and apparently it can be caused after you've had a viral illness. Yeah.
And to be honest, I know with Zoe, at its worst, she could barely walk 50 metres without being exhausted. She was dizzy. She was struggling to see the ball clearly. So it absolutely knocked her for 6. So it's just wonderful to see her back out here on court healthy.
Got some early trouble here, though.
Game.
So it's Team Great Britain with the break. And that's a great opener for Katie Swan, who I was actually hearing her and Harriet Dart, who's just the first lady, sort of sitting in a row of 3 young women there. They spent 6 days with Tim training at the NTC, National Tennis Centre, not too far from Wimbledon. And they didn't really know Tim terribly well. Bumped into him
flat out on
earlier.
the first serve, you know. Play the percentage to begin with. Get your rhythm. Come on.
He said he really enjoyed his time on court. He said both women had great attitudes. They were thrilled to be out there, worked hard.
She's going to get incredible input from him tactically and just how to feel a match. You know, when to push, when to pull back. That's what she'll get from Tim. So a good start for the 23-year-old.
Katie Swan for Team Britain to serve.
I've loved hearing some of the talk from the team zone, and the first thing Tim Hedman said there was about not overplaying. It's just such a simple but such a key thing for a player like Katie Swan to just hear so early on in a match.
Just add in, guys, what a great job Alex Ward has done. He's sitting next to Tim at the moment. He's been travelling with Katie on and off for a couple of years, and before that he was with Heather Watson. Really good player himself, qualified for Wimbledon 1 year, and it's just having that ability to be a bit of a hitter as well as a coach. He's obviously coming down with a huge ball strike. I just feel like that's added so much to her training.
Second half of the 2022 season was a good one. Was a good one for Katie. Won a $60,000 event on the very fast courts, and I think it would have been hot out there as well in Lexington, Kentucky. And then made a semi-final of a tour event in Chennai. And then backed it up with one of her last season's events in Trnava in Slovakia. With another 60,000 win, so yeah, really sort of starting to push on now.
Game. Team Great Britain.
Settling quickly here.
Team Great Britain lead.
So much hoping that Dan Evans, who's playing the #2 singles side, he's been a little unwell actually, but hope he's going to be all right to play tomorrow. Of course, they have 3 matches tomorrow: men's singles, women's match, and then a mixed. Best of 5 matches to decide the winner of these 2 countries in Group D. Spain also the other country.
And the nervous start from Zoe Hives. To be expected, a massive stage, a massive occasion. And there's always something different about putting the green and gold on. Your teammates on the side of the court, a whole new experience. There is Sam Stozer, co-captain of Team Australia.
Well, it does look to me like Hives isn't completing the stroke on the serve. She's already moving back, looking for that return to come deep at her feet and just not quite finishing the stroke. And I feel like she just needs to take a bit more time between points here, starting to rush.
Love 14.
When you're on these big stadiums, it can get away from you very quickly. This one eyeing up a double break within the first 10 minutes of this singles match.
Let's first.
It's away with Hives at the moment. This is an excellent start from Team GB, and Swan quickly out into a 3-love lead in this opening set.
Great play, great play. Point for point, that's the way. Come on, focus on what you're doing. Great work, come on.
Well, players are staying right in the centre of Sydney, but not too far away. I think this is not a long way from where you are, isn't it, Casey?
Yeah, just a few beaches down, the beautiful Bondi Beach, not Bondi icebergs there where you can go and have a lovely dinner or just stroll and...
Or a swim.
Or a swim or a surf or just get your photo taken, but a beautiful...
This is iconic Australia. This is what the Brits back home in the cold and the rain, this is what we think of being down under.
Yeah, that discipline, it's great. Stay in the present.
Well, Jim asked if Tim gets paid by the word, and I think he's really taken that to heart. He has been non-stop this entire changeover. Katie's not even said a word back to him. She's just taking all that advice in. No need for Alex Ward to even say anything, to be honest.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Players are ready. Thank you.
Katie Swan was a very good junior. She was ranked as high as 3 in the world at one point. Made the final, actually, at the girls' event in Melbourne. And was very much kind of up there with some of the best juniors of her era. Quarter-finalist at Wimbledon. I noticed at the Canadian Open she lost to Bianca Andreescu in the last 8. So that's kind of where she was.
Nice smile there from Zoe. I'm not sure if Laura was able to catch much what was going on in the being said in the team zone of Australia, but you can definitely feel just that point, a little bit more patient from Zoe. Just bigger targets through the middle part of the court. Just trying to find the court.
chances, and Case, it just looked to me like they were trying to relax her, trying to get her smiling a bit. Obviously, the nerves were going crazy the first couple of games, and I just think the footwork between points has picked up here. Before the return, she's looking to move around, jump a bit more. It all helps.
Chances here to get one of the breaks back. Five just showing what she can do, and that is a great response to a very difficult opening 10 minutes for the young Australian.
Team Great Britain leads 3 games to 1.
Some great returning, particularly off the backhand side there from Zoe. As you said, Laura, just those short adjustment steps, being able to create some space for herself to find the court. That will make her feel a lot better, getting us that first game on the board.
Love 15.
Good early ball. Come on, and again, next point. Second serve, look to take it on. Come on.
Coaches are actually allowed to come on the court between the points. And I have to say, no one's done it yet.
I'm waiting to see it.
My money is on Mr. Henman. They can do it as long as it's in between the points.
So solid. Come on.
And it's down. They can't sort of run down to the other end. That would be ridiculous.
Look for the second serve.
He's slowly but surely edging out the team box.
He is. We're going to keep Laura. You keep a close eye on that. He's coming out, isn't it? I think I'm in good order. I can see. I don't see Sam Stosur popping out there. We'll see. She might surprise us.
I'm really enjoying hearing Tim Henman mic'd up as well. It's really great to hear those
Come on, first one.
key words
So
that he keeps
so solid from the back.
reiterating.
Come on.
These service
Take
games
it on, Swanee.
are rattling along.
Stay in.
Well, just as high as a settling, I'm afraid she's been broken again. And Swan opening up a 4-1 lead in the opening quarter of an hour of this first set. Because I have to say that Sam is quite reserved in interviews. Don't hear a lot from her at all, and it's really, I know behind the scenes she's always been a lot more chatty, but it's great to see that sort of other end. I mean, how fortunate for Zoe to get the benefit of being around her and just being around her and seeing how hard she works and how professional she is.
What I like about that chat is Zoe knows exactly what's going on right now. She knows, actually, Katie Swan's not doing anything too special. And so, in theory, she knows what she should be doing better in these next couple of games. Just take a bit more pace off, perhaps go to the Swan forehand a bit more.
50 love.
Katie was born in Bristol, which is over west, actually not too far from where we just keep going outside of London and head towards, go west to the coast, and you'll hit Bristol. She was head girl at her prep school, and then
15.
I remember watching her sort of as 11 or 12, and then all of a sudden the family, due to her father Richard's work, he was in the oil industry, they relocated to Wichita, Kansas, of all places. And that actually used to be a tour event in Wichita, Kansas. I've been there, and a very good university as well, but that's a lot for a 13-year-old to deal with. The only benefit was that there was very good people to practice with there because of the university team, and was able to do her schooling there, which eventually she went, like most tennis players, online. Couldn't do that back in the day, and that was a big change for her. It's more like it from Hives.
15, 13.
Great return here from Hives, looking to be more proactive. She's returned really well off this left hip. This one going inside in.
Go
again, Swanee! Go again! One at a time, Swanee, here we go.
These days, Katie lives just outside West London in Brentford. And trains at the National Tennis Centre, which has really become a hub these days for the British players.
Let's second set. Dirty 40.
We've already had 3 breaks in the opening 5 games. Another one just around the corner. Let's get a glimpse of Ayla Tomljanovic, who will be taking on Harriet Dart tomorrow evening in the #1 singles.
Game, Team Australia.
A little wayward, and there's still a lot in this for the 26-year-old Zoe Hives. Slightly odd set of tennis.
4 games to 2.
Yeah, to be expected in a way. A lot of nerves. I think a little bit more positive energy there from Zoe in that game. Love Sammy screaming out from the team zone, take your time, because Zoe definitely has this tendency to rush, but a little bit more patient, a little bit more depth of shot in that game from Zoe. Mind that serve there from Zoe. Nice smile, but into the body, just cramming Katie. A good chance this game for Zoe just to potentially even take a bit of pace off and really make a concerted effort to put some first serves in the court.
I definitely feel like Zoe's playing a bit looser than she was, but she surely has to realise that Katie Swan is going to be feeling equally nervous. You know, this is a matchup that she's come into as the heavy favourite. She's looking down at someone who's 700 or so in the ranking. Obviously, she's not playing at that level, but it's still a match that she knows she should win for the team.
Great stuff, Swanee. Right here, Swanee.
Just to the left of the picture, a couple of juniors there, Ella and Rana, who are attached to the team. They're both actually in the world's top 20. They're going to be playing Taralgon and the girls' event in Melbourne. What an experience for them.
Incredible experience.
30-all.
Big point here for Hives.
Well,
I love the intensity from Zoe here in this point, to run around and make sure that she made that this was a forehand, landed short in the court, and she just held it to the last minute. Some good pace.
We're starting to get a match here. Really good hold.
New balls, please.
But it's still Katie Swan for Team Great Britain up an early break in this opening set.
4 games to 3.
Great stuff.
I think it might be worth me streams because it feels like it's
Need to think, keep committing to the shot. Just a second longer. 2 seconds. Just go over the ball a bit more if you think it's flying. You need to change your racket. That's a bit longer.
The conditions are cool, it's heavy. You're not just going to stand up and serve aces. You know, there's going to be opportunities. You're the one up, 4-3. You're the one in control.
Time. Let's first serve. Low.
Come on. Hit your spot, Swanee.
I love that the Brits have nicknames like the Aussies. Swanee. I'm not sure if that's a regular nickname, but I like it.
Absolutely. I don't know anyone that calls her Katie.
You get Robbo.
Tim gets Hennis, and you've got Evo, and the list goes on, basically.
Oh, that's great. I love it.
Even Harriet Dar has her.
It's been a good passage of play for Zoe Hives. Sort of a few minutes or so. Certainly momentum swinging Australia's way.
That was a very wayward second serve. That ball toss just getting so far in front of Katie.
One at a time.
What's Zoe's nickname?
Here we go. Come on.
Zoe.
She must have a nickname.
Well, not.
It's against.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
It's against, like, there's a law against it, isn't there?
Absolutely is.
You have to have a nickname
we'll have
if
to
you're
check
an Aussie.
And see what her nickname is.
I didn't mind that point at all. To me, it looks like Zoe's taking half a step back on the return position just to get herself in the rally. And once she's started, then she's actually adding a lot more height off the forehand now, waiting for the right moment to step in. One has that slightly awkward grip on her forehand side, so if she's playing that time and time again over the shoulder, the errors are going to start to come.
Yeah, that's exactly what Sam Stosur had said, was playing into the forehand of Katie. And you're right, the clearance over the net on the forehand side for Zoe Hives is much higher than that. Zoe, 121 centimetres, and Katie clearing the net on her forehand side at just 78 centimetres.
Yeah, it's one of the best points tonight from Katie Swan. Yes. So both women here who are ranked outside the top 100, we all believe that their level is a lot better than the ranking by their name. But they are both starting to show us the sort of tennis that they can play, settling into this Ken Rosewall Arena, the sort of stage that they don't normally play on.
Advantage Team Australia.
Double faults now for Swan. Second in this game. It's good play.
Gutsy tennis.
Yes.
Take your time. That's great play. Come on. Great volley.
Some really nice forward movement here. Got some great depth of shot and closed nicely at the net.
Starting to feel like a really big game. in the context of this first set.
Advantage, team Great Britain.
Come on,
Talking
right here.
about the
This
net
is the one.
clearance
Come
on that forehand
Good target
side.
on the
You
serve.
can see the difference there between the forehand of Zoe and Katie.
She did really well.
Great Britain.
Showing us why she had such a good second half of the 2022 season and absolutely vital hold.
Great Britain leads.
Great hold.
5 games to 3.
Come on, right now then. Come on, let's put her under pressure again.
Very well with the new balls.
I think a lot of those last few points were just matches won over the last 18 months or so, because Swanee knew exactly what she was trying to do in those key moments. Even though the serve's kind of breaking down a little bit, especially off the second serve, she just forced herself to come forward.
So Team Australia serving to stay in this opening set.
50-love.
Forehand. If Zoe's using that one with good shape and good depth, she can,
every time. Here we go.
You can hear it from Sam every time, because she can really start to push Swan off the baseline.
Way to guts in her. It's not easy when she's hitting those miss hits. Come on, next point. Doing great. Come on, here we go.
I have to say, Tim Hinman is so positive. He's like the hype man on the team zone.
He wasn't as animated when he used to play, was he?
No.
It's different Tim. He was making all those semi-finals at Wimbledon or the US Open. All the French. What a career he had. And even down under as well. Had some great runs in Melbourne.
Oh, and I just caught Tim talking there between first and second serves. So he's getting super pumped, telling Katie Swan to start moving around a little bit between those first and second serves, just trying to...
Your turns again. Here we go.
Get Zoe Hives maybe a little edgy before the second.
Oh, still some tennis to be played in this opening set. Hives hanging on. And Team GB just keeping the lead. 5-4 in the first to Swan.
especially on second serve. You've been able to hit a couple of winners, a couple of forcing points in the doubles. Yep. So keep making them feel that every time. When you get a second serve, make them know that you're ready for it. Keep looking to the forehand, and it'll be fantastic.
Keep fighting every point. Yeah, come on. So strong first point here. Yeah. Come on, right here.
Time.
I'm going to say, if I'm listening to both of those team chats at the change of ends, Zoe Hives is just being so much more engaged with the whole team, talking to Sam, talking to her coach, and just looks so much more relaxed coming out of the bench as well, jumping towards the chair umpire.
Great tennis, Ronnie, and again. Here you go.
I took away from the change of ends from Team Australia was the fact that, and even Zoe, as you said, Laura, was really engaged in the fact that, you know, Katie Swan, this is a massive moment for her to close out this first set even, and just to make her play, keep showing up.
Third seed, 15.
Next point, Swanee, come on.
Wait to be ready, Swanee. Here you go.
Also got to remind ourselves that this is the first match of a new season after a considerable break. Look, Katie shut down her year mid-October, and to come out at this level on this stage, no one would find it easy. Really how Hyde started the match, and with some wild forehands. It was Swan who raced out to a 3-love double break lead. She couldn't hang on. Aussie has competed well here, but Swan for Team GB with a couple of set points.
That return hard and fast into the forehand of Swan.
Right here, Swanee.
Well, it's never easy to serve out a set, particularly the first one. of the new season, but Swan gets over the line, and it is Team Great Britain who take the opening set by 6 games to 4.
Great hitting. Patient, control, no. Come on. Yeah. Don't worry about her. You be clear on what you're doing. Controlled aggression, staying in the rally. If she miss-hits it, big deal. Yeah, if she forces you back with a miss-hit, loop it back. That's tough tennis. You're doing great. This isn't about standing up and hitting clean winners and timing it.
I think we're going to hear plenty more from Tim. I love it. He's going well. Talk us through some of the numbers and which ones are the most important for you, Casey.
Well, I think the unforced error count right down the bottom there, it was obviously, especially early in that first set, from both women, but particularly from Zoe, a lot of errors, unforced errors off that forehand side. I think obviously the first serve percentage higher from Katie Swan, and I think overall did a much better job on serve, and obviously won the 3 break points that she had, 3 from 3. So all in all, the set as it went on, I felt improved, the quality of tennis improved, but as you said, Sam, first match of the year, but also a big occasion for both of these women, and it was Katie Swan that really got off to a good start. I felt started to take the ball on the rise and really look for her opportunities, but once Zoe Hives was able to settle, she was really able to get herself into this set, and I think get her head around the whole concept and get her head around what she was trying to do out there. So needs to stay with Swan and keep challenging her, and I think all in all, as I said, the tennis did improve as the set went on.
Game, Team Great Britain.
Both women trying to find their feet out here on this Ken Rosewall Arena.
Second set. Team Australia to serve. Out. 15-11.
Swanee, come on.
That's 11.
So he's been playing tennis since she was a very young girl. Father built a court actually in the backyard of their home. It's really well controlled from Katie Swan. I hear it was made of granite sand. I've never played on a granite sand court, have you?
No, never. Played on many different surfaces.
Yeah. I imagine that's quite difficult to stand up on. But anyway, good for
slippery.
Good for Dad for getting the court built.
Nicely done there from Zoe. Beautiful backhand down the line and sees the opportunity.
14-15.
Swan was in range to come forward and finish with a drive volley.
Just trying to gauge how many are in tonight. The stadium will fit 10,500. I would say at some point the sim it's been about 2/3 full.
Yeah.
gosh, if
14,
Zoe
13.
was able to improve that slice over the next couple
Right
of
here,
months, her
Swanee,
game's
come
going
on.
to come on
This
so
one.
much. Every time she's dipped into that, she pulls out of the shot, but she's also not low enough to get underneath it, and it's just seems like a bit of an out to try and get herself.
Thank you, sir. Players are ready. Thank you.
Out of the rally, but it's not worked at all.
Game team Australia.
Good hold for Hives. Don't forget, broken in her first open 3 service games, but has held
game,
since then.
Yeah, I think for someone like a Zoe Hives, who has just struggled so much over the last couple of years with her health, that has to be the #1 priority in terms of getting back healthy and getting back out on tour, because I have no doubt she wants to get back to that form that she was in 2019. I know in the pre-season she's really focused on hitting a lot of volume of balls.
I'm not trusting it, so I just need to hit it. I just need to hit it, whatever happens.
Talk about trusting herself and committing to shot.
But also believing that your body's going to hold up as well. I mean, you know, her trajectory was a few years ago was towards the top 100, and not easy to have to start really all over again. Feels like this is a big game here for Katie Swan. That's been very good for Swan over the last few years. She's seen a lot of her contemporaries, Harriet Dart's a few years older, but players that have been in that 150 to 200 range. Katie Bolter, Harriet breaking into the world's top 100. That's good to be around.
Great stuff. Come on, here you go.
Ball. 15, 13.
Just been a scattering of double faults for the Brit throughout the course of the evening.
Sam, you're saying how they're pushing each other along in terms of the ranking, but the support that they have for each other as well is just amazing. Everyone's known each other for sort of 10, 15 years already, and I can actually see Liam Brodie up in the stands as well. He's not even playing this week. He's been training with some of the guys before he goes to Adelaide and on to Melbourne qualifying, and he's come out here at whatever time we are now just to support.
Couple of chances for Hives to get an early break. And this is a much improved Aussie in this second set. And all momentum now with the Aussie number 2.
Team Australia leads.
Been a good turnaround.
Love 15.
Just think it's been a great year, hasn't it, for
Stay in these rallies.
Australian sport, kicking off with Ash Barty winning the Australian Open back in January. Minjee Lee, the golfer, winning the US Open.
So good. Doesn't need to be perfect. Stay in the rally. It's brilliant. Come on, next point, Swanee. You're doing great.
It's just all match play from Tim Henman, isn't it? It's not forehands and backhands.
No, I feel like I'm going to give him the nickname of like the ultimate hype man. I feel like I need him in the morning to say, get up. He's so positive. But you're right, nothing is technical, is it? It's nothing's... It's just
15, 13.
Extremely positive reinforcement.
Come on, you 15-30, here we go.
And it's also just keeping Katie up as well. As I said, Tim bumped into him earlier. Didn't know Katie or Harriet terribly well before coming here to Australia. Very good tennis from love 30. Backing up the break has been difficult for both these two women in that opening set.
Yeah, you're the one up a set. It's all good. Come on. Hang in this game. Come on.
And Tim's bang on here because Katie can get really down on herself. She's such a perfectionist. Every shot she wants to be spot on. And tennis is just not like that. So even in the first set, she just wasn't really showing the crowd that she's in this.
Game, Team Australia.
The break is backed up and everything's starting to go Team Australia as well. It's a great comeback from Hides, who takes a 3-love lead in this second set.
Team Australia leads 3 games to 0.
Both women to think about as we move into the second set, but then in the meantime, this is something that you all like to do, you Aussies, don't you? You're always talking about your wines and your wine cellars. And
yeah, I'm not sure why you looked over at me there, Sam, but we do. How beautiful
You've
is
got
this?
3 kids. Like, you have a glass of wine in the evenings, I can bet you that.
Yeah, some beautiful wineries across New South Wales.
Yep, this is the Hunter Valley. It's a spot I've never been able to get to, but I've heard all about it, where some of your best wines come from. I have to say, I have a feeling Tim Henman might have popped down to the Hunter Valley. He knows an awful lot about tennis.
Time. Dylan. Thank you, sir.
There's some really good shape there on that forehand. You can see Zoe
Ladies and gentlemen, as a courtesy to both teams, please do not disturb
a little
players.
more
Thank you.
involved now, but just being willing to throw up a couple of forehands to get herself back up on the baseline. A little bit more variety off the racket of Hives.
Let's see, 15.
Great, Swanee, on the game, come on. Again, Swanee!
Katie Swan just trying to get back on track.
Right place, Swanee, come on. Here you go, Swanee!
Just get the sense in Zoe Hives is a very good player, just waiting to come out.
Game, Team Great Britain. Team Australia leads 3 games to 1.
Good game there from
First point, come on.
Swan. But Zoe in the second set, to me, just looks like a lot more relaxed, a lot more clarity in regards to what she's trying to do out there.
To me, it looks like Katie Swan's taken a little bit off her shots as well, in particular the backhand side. I think she was starting to wait for the errors to come off Hives' racket and was kind of thinking, okay, I've got the first set in the bag, this is going to be smooth sailing. I wasn't really expecting the Australian to come back. Case, but I think in a first set like that, there's so many momentum shifts as you go on, you don't quite find your rhythm. So even though she's come through that set, it still looks like Katie Swan's a little off pace, especially on that forehand.
Well, there's no doubt in that first set. There's a number of unforced errors from both women, and particularly from Zoe, and it's taken a while for both of these women to find their feet, find their rhythm out here.
Second successive service game where Hives is at love 30 and played very well in her previous service game to get out. It hit a lot of first serves. We've just been talking about momentum swings of the first set. There could be another one right here. Just as Heights was starting to play her way in.
Thirty, 14.
This one's 20.
That's well played. Growing in confidence now.
Yes.
Yeah, wonderful point here from Zoe Hives. Again, looking for a forehand, made some good adjustment steps. This one landing probably a little bit shorter, but it actually played in her favour and finished nicely with a drop volley here.
Advantage Team Australia.
This match just over. Oh, there's been some very quick games. This is only the third deuce of the contest. Rattling along.
Yes.
Great play, come on. Grind it, Swanee.
So, a chance
Advantage
Swan to get back on serve in the second set after having taken the first. Love Dan Evans' enthusiasm. I have to say, he is always, and Kyothawon always tells me he's the first to send a text whenever the British women are playing the Billie Jean King Cup. Every time.
That's lovely.
Yeah.
Good to hear.
He really keeps an eye on the women's game. Yeah, and it is a break back. Change here in the second after a fast start for Zoe Hives.
Team Australia leads 3 games
on
to
serve. And Aussie leading 3-2 in the second after having lost the first.
That's tough. It's tough. Good fighting. That's what it's about. Great play. Great stuff.
Laura, I'd love to know from you, because obviously you're very close to Katie and the British women. She was such a good junior. Why do you think it's just taken her such a long time to transition? Because she is a very good player.
Yeah, I think it's been injuries. It's been a few bigger ones, but it's the constant little niggles that she picks up after a couple of weeks of training or consecutive events where she can never really get that momentum going. And even towards the back end of this year, we saw how well she did in Chennai, and she just wasn't able to back that up because her body broke down straight afterwards, which is, to be honest, why she's put in such a big effort over the last 6-7 weeks at the National Centre, doing the off-season, making sure she's as prepared as possible coming into 2023, because you know, you just can't quite crack that top 100 if you're not consistent on the tour.
And Laura, what would be the one thing that do you think in that period of pre-season she would have worked on in terms of her game?
In terms of game, I think weight of shot is something that she's been working on that forehand side. It's a little difficult for her to get it with the grip that she has, trying to add a bit more pop on the serve too. But I think, you know, ultimately all the British girls are working on just learning how to win ugly, and that's a bit of what tonight is at the moment, just not playing her best tennis and figuring out a way to get herself over the line where it's not perfect, but it's enough.
So I've just been taking a slight look at Zoe Hive's court positioning, and I was hoping that she was going to move up a little bit more in the court throughout the rally in this second set, and she's done so. She's half a metre in. I'd like to probably even see her a little bit further in the court, but it's definitely paying dividends here in this second set. It did just feel in that first set she was just getting stuck a fair bit too far behind the baseline, and it's paying off in terms of, we've got a new stat this year called On the Rise, and this set she's a lot higher up in terms of percentage of taking balls on the rise as opposed to the match in that first set.
Get the reward. Great play.
I have a sense
Great work.
that
and again, come on.
by the time Katie's finished her week or so with Tim, she will have a better understanding of that you don't always have to play at your best level to win matches. In fact, you very rarely come off of the course of the year feeling that you've hit the ball well in a match. You know, if you do a handful of times, I think you've had a good season. Such a shame.
That's the way.
Just about to say point of the match. Again, a good hustle from Katie Swan. And she's not far off from drawing level here.
Every point.
There's some good defence from Katie Swan. Good job from Zoe to get that over her head. And this one here just de-accelerated the racket slightly, got underneath it, needed to really rip that forehand.
It's the first match of the season forehand, isn't it, on the finish? Three games in a row now for Swan as she draws level in this second set.
3 games. Yeah, just back to your point, Laura, what you mentioned earlier in the match, just around the fact that it was almost like Katie Swan
Yeah, these
walked
ones are
out
gonna come
hoping
through
that
quick. You might need a
Zoe
bit
would
more
continue
spin.
to throw in those
Yeah, come on.
unforced errors, and she wasn't doing
First
so.
point, Swanee,
And so
right
now
here.
Katie Swan has had to up her game. You've got to go out and win these matches still and not expect your opponent to give you the match. So a really good turnaround from Katie Swan here.
Great hustle. Come on, and again.
It does seem like Katie's been struggling to find that balance of when to go for a big shot, when to hold back and grind, as Tim's been telling her to do, and she's just not found that form. And I think the tendency is to try and hit through the ball even more until you kind of force yourself to go big, but it's not always the way. You know, a bit like Zoe's doing there, to be honest, on the forehand. She knows she should be looking for that shot, but to go bigger and bigger every time is not what's actually been working for her. Is when she mixes it up with the height, slows it down when needed, and then looks for the big inside out.
Third successive
Take
game.
your time, Swanee. Come on, right now.
Has finds herself at love 30. It's been a battle to hold in the second set, even though she's only been broken the once so far. Not able to capitalise on that excellent start, that 3-love lead.
30-all.
Just a second of the evening.
It does look to me like Hives is starting to rush it slightly between points. In that previous point, she was almost at the baseline with 15 seconds to go.
Let's first serve.
Good example of a point where she's used her forehand so effectively. She hasn't tried to go bigger and bigger, but just heavier and deeper, and she's forced the error.
Very good.
Handful of those now from the Aussie, and that at the most inopportune time.
Here we go. No temps here, no temps.
Come on, Zoe. Come on. Here we go, Zoe. Come on.
Neither woman quite backing themselves out here.
Advantage, Team Australia.
Here we go, Zoe.
Great placement.
Second double in the game. And they're really starting to hurt her now. It's actually how she began the match, with these little clusters of double faults.
Yeah, double faults, and you can see there, if they're looking for gaps in the game of Zoe Hives, it's been between rallies when they're 5 and 9 shots. She's really not in favour there. Swan winning 23 of those rallies, and Zoe Hives only 12. So you can see under 5 doing well, over 6 okay, but really in that gap, just not winning a lot of points there.
She's losing that leg drive
hustle.
up
Come on,
the
and
ball,
again, right here.
not using the whole body and the core.
So from a breakdown, she wants to go ahead here. Some of us tennis, but Hives' serve really hurt her in that last game. And Dani Swan now.
Brilliant tennis.
Leading by a set and a break.
So good. Good footwork up to it, staying in the rallies. It's great.
In the yellow one.
Okay, right. So good. Great, it's so gutsy, yeah? Finding a way in those rallies. Good footwork, staying in the rallies, making a play, moving up to it when you get the chance. It's the same intensity. First point on serve. It's good work.
Just get the sense, Casey, listening to Tim, he's actually teaching her how to win rather than just hit the ball and play good tennis.
1 point at a time, you're doing great.
And that's exactly what sometimes is all you need.
I mean, that could be the difference
from
being a player around 150, what is she, 145 at the moment, to being top 100 next season.
Absolutely.
Come on, find a way.
Without changing anything.
Yeah? 1 point at a time. Here we go. Come on.
Good, Dylan. Carilla.
Beautiful. And again, right here.
Ball, please. Gratulon.
How quickly things can change. It's been half an hour
Swanee, come on.
since Zoe Hives last won a game in this contest.
Let's sing so.
That's 5 in a row now, and Team GB heading for the finish line.
Team Great Britain leads 5 games to 3.
Well, Hives, who led 3-love with that early break in the second set, playing some good tennis. So rather away from the Aussie. Coming back from illness and injury. Team Australia in a precarious position now in terms of their matchup with Team GB.
Yeah, it's been impressive from Katie Swan, hasn't it, in terms of her attitude, her demeanour, the way she's gone about this match. And there's no doubt having Tim Heberman, Alex Ward, her coach, and the rest of the team there has helped her through this match.
Well, Tim has been on her case.
Yeah, from the
pretty much
get-go.
every point. I think he's not always like this. I think he recognises he has to be at the moment with her. Because she's just going to wander off somewhere.
And it's been so simple in terms of the positive reinforcement. Even at 3-love down, it's point by point, discipline, play within yourself. It hasn't been anything that she probably hasn't heard before.
But it's often who it's coming from.
Yes.
As well. Tim's for so long a top player. Tell you what, Zoe Hives' serve has hurt her tonight. That's 7 double faults now. I'm afraid might be the end of her evening. Team GB, excuse me, at match point. The perfect way to start a new season. And Katie Swan and Team GB with a top performance this evening, and Swan winning in straight sets, 6-4, 6-3 in just under an hour and a half. Team effort all the way.
Way to fight it out.
And that would have pleased Tim more than anything, because she didn't play her best tennis all the way through, but he kind of guided on how to win and how to keep going when she was down, particularly in that second set when she wasn't playing well.
Yeah, great team spirit from Team Great Britain. But yeah, she played some great tennis when she needed it. It wasn't easy out there for her tonight. At patches, she played some wonderful tennis, and then at patches it felt probably quite difficult for Katie Swan, but quality player, really great effort from Zoe Hives. We've mentioned that it is the first match of the season, and it was a big moment for her representing Australia out here tonight, but huge effort from Katie Swan, and a big well done to her and the team.
Had to fight very hard in this second set. Coming back from a breakdown, but delight for Katie Swan. And right now she's with her good friend, Laura Robson. This will be entertaining.
Congratulations, Katie. Not a straightforward win tonight. So many momentum shifts throughout the match. What got you over the line?
Oh my God. I mean, it's the first match of the season. I haven't played for about 2.5 months, so I was pretty nervous coming out. But I mean, what a way to start the year. Such a cool event. Yeah, I mean, I just kind of had to settle into the match, get the legs moving. And also, like, with the help from these guys, I was able to stay calm even when I wasn't playing great and it was a bit tricky. So, yeah, big credit to them for helping me get through that one.
Did it help you stay calm or did it put you off? Because there was so much chat going on behind you. I was wondering how you were able to focus on the tennis.
The last couple of days, we've been getting used to all the noise from them. So, I mean, I love it. Like, it's so much fun to play in front of them. So, yeah.
And Cam was able to come out and get the team a 1-0 start tonight. Did that take any of the pressure off?
Definitely, yeah. I mean, Cam played a great match. And, I mean, it was almost like more nerve-wracking watching him than when I was out there. But, yeah, I mean, obviously it took a lot of pressure going into my match, knowing that we were 1-0 up. So, I mean, it's a great start for the team. And, yeah, looking forward to supporting the guys playing tomorrow.
And as you said, it's been a while since your last match. I know you put a lot of work in the pre-season training the last 6-7 weeks. A lot of hard work in the gym, on the court. How do you feel your prep has been for the Aussie Summer Swing?
Yeah, I mean, I put in a lot of training the last couple months, and it's never easy coming out for first match after that long out. You know, you kind of have a level of expectation, but I had to lower that a little bit because of all the nerves and accept that it was just going to be a bit of a battle regardless of how I was feeling. And yeah, I'm really happy to get through that one.
And I think we can bring Tim in here because it's a team question. Who is bringing the most atmosphere to the squad?
The most what?
The most atmos.
Atmos? It's got to be Johnny.
Johnny O'Mara.
Atmos.
He looks like the sunburn. Well, congratulations, team, starting the week off with a 2-0 lead going into tomorrow. See you back here in a couple of hours, it feels like.
Thanks, Laura. Thanks, guys, for staying out.
Yeah, it has been 2 sessions here, a very long opening day at the inaugural United Cup. And I must say, there's never been a better feeling around British tennis than there has in the last couple of years. All the way through, you know, when we had the first lockdowns and shutdowns, there were so many team events back in the UK, and the players united, as excuse the pun, as they've never been before. But before we go get on our bus back to the city, just run us through some of these numbers.
Yeah, look, I mean, you can see the unforced error count from Zoe Hives there, very, very high in comparison to Katie Swan, and not a heap of winners, but yeah, I think for me on serve, particularly points won off that first serve, Katie Swan did a great job getting herself in a really good position, and yeah, I think the team spirit was high and the camaraderie between the Brits was really there tonight, which was great to see, and a really great effort from Katie Swan tonight.
So Great Britain getting an excellent start. Don't forget there are 5 matches. There'll be 3 tomorrow evening, so still a chance for Team Australia to come back. But in the end, it has been pretty one-sided. Cam Norrie playing an excellent match against the Aussie #1, Alex de Minaur, coming through in straight sets, and a little more tricky for Katie Swan in that women's singles, second spot in the singles, but again, 2 sets against Zoe Hives. So Great Britain off to a great start, but just a reminder, an awful lot of work for both teams to do tomorrow evening. So very much hope that you've enjoyed your first taster of the United Cup. Casey, thanks for your company. Laura also did a great job courtside as well, and we look very much forward to seeing you tomorrow, 10 o'clock local time, as Group C returns, United States against the Czech Republic. We'll see you then.
Roval Arena.
Movement that inspires.